Of course, I almost forgot. The most important part of any stream, having your freaking mic on. Oh boy. Sometimes it does hit a little differently when I when I go and check and it's like, oh hey, I say something and then there's I see nothing on the OBS. Oh man. Oh, that's right. Yes, of course. I remember it all now. I will say, if someone told me before last week that within 2 weeks of each other, I'd have 2 different character deaths that make me upset and end on a cliffhanger, essentially. I'm surprised. If you told me that, I would have been like, okay, there's no way that I'm gonna run into the same situation twice, right? Turns out I was incorrect. That's a shame. We need to go back to the government building. That's what I was told. As I am recalling. So we got cooked, and by that I mean we just got jumped by the Kadishtu. And then Dazai decided to jump the Atsuta, and as we know him now as Tsukiyomi. And because they're like, yeah, no Nahobinos. And Aogami is... I don't know if he's dead or just missing, because the way that I understand deaths in this game, and in a lot of in role-playing games in general, if you don't see a body, death is not a certainty, right? Like, unless you definitively can say, okay, they went through the death animation. Like this game, it's when you turn into red and just disappear. That's definitive dead. That's like, you know, that's DEAD, capital D dead, right? But, so I don't know if Aogami's dead or just missing. But we teamed up with Tsukiyomi for now. So now we're a shinobi. And we look really cool. We do look really sick. So we are gonna... We're gonna make our way back to the... We're gonna make our way back and also probably train a little bit, because we did have some trouble with the last couple fights. So it would be... I figure it would be prudent to work on our skills a little bit. Maybe also go find some more Mimon. So now I'm wondering, how far of a trip is this? It's a pretty far trip, huh? Yeah, because he wants to go there. Yeah, we do. We need to go back. We need to go back to the government building, because it did explode. I'm guessing that the environment is different as well, because we did have what I would call a bit of a problem. I would reckon that I could refer to it as a bit of a problem, all things considered. I guess I should go. I could use the ley line fount and go back up. Oh, we have to go to the demon haunt. I'll go. Oh, you know what? We haven't actually talked to Tsukiyomi much. Maybe that would also be good to do. Like we see, go and take a good look. Did you come here to rest and speak with Aogami in days past? Always worrying for your well-being, I don't doubt. Know how kind-hearted he was. I'm counting on. As long as I've taken on his legacy, I will shoulder that responsibility as well. Your pulse, breathing, blood pressure, and temperature all seem to be within normal ranges. I like how he's not a robot, he's just really weird. No fusing with me must have been an unfamiliar experience, but I'm glad as I see it hasn't gotten to you. Young man. Oh, thank you for calling me young man, and I appreciate it. This new Nahobino form should provide powers altogether different from Aogami's. I hope you'll use them well. Powers as a Nahobino have risen. Skill-wise, we haven't... there's no change, but... Okay, let's just... You know what? Get 81 magic. We should just we can full tilt magic a little bit. It's funny how he doesn't sit. Listen closely. What do you think? Satisfied with my performance, I trust. You've certainly been in this Nahobino business longer than I have. Order me as you see fit. I'll help however I can. It must feel like, you know, you're used to working with somebody for so long that swapping out. Like, obviously, control-wise for us. This actually, I guess I apologize for those who haven't watched the Legend of Dragoon stuff yet, but there's a character death where it feels, I guess weirdly enough, it's similar to this, where a character death does not result in a mechanical difference. Because the character is swapped, like, it's like, there is slight differences between animations in that case, but my specificity is that mechanically you don't lose any progress. You just kind of change out certain aspects of the character. So that is really intriguing. What is Luster Candy? Raises all stat. Oh, it's a heat riser. 150? 150 for heat riser is a little bit. That's a little bit nuts. I'm gonna be honest. Almighty Pleroma. Okay, the Almighty Pleroma might be something we grab later. That's super helpful. That's really good, actually. Okay, real talk though. How do I acquire... How do I fuse for the Kadishtu? Kadishtu. All 4. There's only 3 here. Oh, that's interesting. Am I going crazy or is there only... So you can fuse for... So right now I can fuse for Nama. That looks like Lilith and Aisheth, but you can't fuse for Agrit? It seems like an oddly specific omission. I don't know. That one is sus to me. All right, what does it take to get these? Dog. 2 things I don't know what they even are. And 2 more things I don't know what they are. If I recall, this is the rank 10. This is the rank 10 persona from 5. If for... I say it's either An or Haru, I think. I forget their arcanas, I just remember the characters. I'm actually more impressed that I even remember that. It's been 2 years since I finished Persona 5, as I recall, right? It's been a while. It's been a little bit since we played Persona 5. Oh, that's right. We can get Luguru if I so choose. It doesn't seem like Luguru is going to be helpful right now, though, so we're going to keep what we got. Okay. Yeah, we're still in that awkward phase, though, where I have a lot of demons that are plain and simple strong. And it's very hard to swap away from them, even if the movesets would be better. So I need to find a better way to do that, if I'm going to. I'm not sure what I'll do for that yet. Bing bong. Oh, you know what? We still haven't finished up here with the diamonds, or... Yeah, we haven't finished that stuff yet. I don't really know who you're supposed to equip for it, but I know that you can get diamonds... We've got diamonds up there before, right? Yeah. We still have to do the... Still have to fight death, so... If I had to theorize... Turn of the True Demon, level 52. I think at our current level, we'd be able to handle it just fine. I remember that the legions, we can't, oh wait, we can't defeat the legions. So how do we handle this? You know what's the only problem I'm foreseeing right now is that I don't exactly remember what type. I don't remember what attributes this particular rider is weak to. I might just need to go in and get cooked, which is a bit of a shame, but let's go see. Ominous presence. Yeah, let's go see. I think leading with Lamu, though, is fine. At least it should be.
I am a protector of the menorah. One of the 4 horsemen, Black Rider. Here, I will test thy strength. But be warned,
Let me stretch really quick.
those lacking will fall.
I will say that...
The world is beyond their reach.
I will say that my... jeez. Back to my desk. Back to being at the desk after a weekend of walking. Definitely feeling it more now.
Now, show me thy power. Bear thy very soul.
So this fight feels like a gimmick, and I'm not quite sure how to deal with it, I guess is the problem, right? I feel like the fact that it's a gimmick fight is a gimmick fight nonetheless, so I have to be careful. Let's see, ice. I forget what he's weak to, though. That's the problem. That's the problem I'm having right now, is I don't remember what he's weak to. So I need to... Wow, my brain just turned off. I forgot what UI is like. I feel like playing enough Legend of Dragoon has definitely made me a bit unsure of where things are in menus anymore. Let's see. I guess the question is, how do I handle this? Okay, change out. Let me see. Who the heck is going to be the best option for this? Okay, technically Oberon. Oberon is probably the best option. Okay, swap out. Okay, let me look through everybody, though. Oh, wait, we do also have... Well, Red Rider's weak to ice, which kind of sucks. But his magic is... And his magic's only okay, so that's not great either, huh? I could just swap to... I could swap to... Let's swap to Oberon first. Get in Oberon. I think I have a plan, but it's not good. It's not really good, you know? It's one of those things where it's not actually a good plan, it's just a plan. I think Hydra can stay in just on basis of having the defense lowering ability. I can make it work, but it's gonna be a little tough. As I recall, Black Rider also has... He has Megidolon and he has Soul Divide, which is awkward. We can't do anything about Soul Divide, but he can do stuff about Glacial Blast. So... If I'm not mistaken, one of the Legion is gonna go first, so... I could just use Kanabi Veil and hope for the best, but it's not great. It's not great damage. It's only sort of good damage reduction. It'll work. It'll work for now, at least. As a barrier, it's really good. So we can take it. Tetrakarn. Okay, well that's just... that's more annoying than anything. Just like, god dang it, man. Well, at least we're right back to it, you know? I feel like at this point, I'm just happy that I was able to return right back to form, as it were. Okay. I think it's possible to win here. I just need to approach... I need to approach with some intent. Actually, this might work. Hang on. I don't need to... My worry is that I'll end up killing the legions on accident, but... It's okay. Okay, that wasn't what I was hoping for, but it's fine. It'll work. It's fine. Unfortunately, it did kind of sucks, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. It's fine. Okay. How many physical dampeners do I have on hand? I guess it's the question. 1. Let's do that. Have an idea. If the legions go first... Okay, well, we lost our healer, which does suck. A lot. And we heat wave, and heat wave worked, so that's fine. Okay. I need somebody... I need a means to get rid of this opponent without... I feel like the fact that it's a gimmick fight is what's kind of annoying. It's so much less a problem that if I didn't have to be careful about the legions, I wouldn't be in a bind right now, because as a fight, this is not that hard. This is not a hard fight. It's just it's annoying. Let's see. I'll do Fizz Block, because I can... Now we have it on a stick, so I don't have to waste turns doing so. So that's good. The thing is that as long as the last turn that I'm going to fight him, as long as the last turn is when I decide to go for killing the legions, it'll be fine. It's basically like, as long as I know that that I can finish him in a single go, it'll be fine. Fairy Banquet. Causes the next attack of self to be performed 4 times consecutively. Okay. I'm thinking. Apologies, I'm trying to think right now. Wait, Oberon can do that. Okay, I have a really stupid idea then. Hang on. Skill. Fairy Banquet. Because I could just do this with Xandine. And if I do that, that'll be... Fairy Banquet. Wait, that's Fairy... No, that's Fairy Banquet. That's right. Hey. What was that one that did 4? Oh, Omnipotent of... Oh, that's right. It's my ability. I'm an idiot. Okay. Items. I'm trying to... I'm just... Apologies. I'm trying to, like... I'm trying to think of what is the option here, right? Because there is certainly a way... There's a way to victory that I haven't seen yet. I just need to understand it. That's all I need. There's a way to... I see a path to victory, but it kind of relies on a lot of ifs. You know, like, there's a lot of points in my strategy that feel like it's going to be risky if I mess up, essentially. Realistically, it could work. It's like, realistically, there's a real chance I can win. But on the other hand, it's also very possible that I just get cooked. Stat buff's faded. So that'll help out for the rest of this. Physical attack. Okay. I think as long as next turn... You know what? I was hoping that I would have a next turn, but it seems like I was denied... Wait a minute, no I wasn't. I think this is the victory I was hoping for. I think I have a plan. It's not good though. There's a gamble, basically. Essentially, this is boiled down to a last attempt. I think it'll work, but it's not. It's. How much HP does he have? I guess the question becomes, do I think that if I do 4 Ruinous Thunders in a row, is that going to be enough to knock him out? Because that's like 140 a swing. It's not a lot, huh? Other option is doing Big Bang, because I have the highest magic stat. Well, it's level based, so that's not actually, doesn't matter. You know, I'm gonna do Omnipotent Succession. I am now I have mastered the art of Shadow Clone Jutsu. Alright, go for it.
Ruinous Thunder! Ruinous Thunder!
It's like draw Monster Cardo. It's like just gonna keep hitting him. Alrighty. Let's hope that this is gonna be enough to make it work. Okay, I need to go. I think I just need to hit him. 95. I don't think this is gonna do it. I don't know if this is gonna do it. Oh, I'm out of force gem. I'm also I'm out of force everything. God dang it. I don't think that was a good idea. Ow. Okay, they gave me an in. They gave me what I needed. Thank goodness. They gave me exactly what I needed. Oh my goodness. They gave me it was exactly what was necessary to win. Okay. Menorah of Wisdom. Do not insult me this way.
Fiend, Black Rider. Status eliminated.
I wonder if they had both Aogami and Tsukuyomi versions of these lines.
That's the third of the horsemen. Only one remains. Stay cautious. We're unsure of what will happen once we've defeated all 4, after all.
Oh, that's funny. So, they probably have different voice lines for Tsukuyomi and Aogami for side quests, then? Okay, well we won that, so I'll take my W, thank you. It was not a good and a clean W, mind, but it was a W all the same. As I've learned from playing this game at this point, sometimes you don't get to win in a way that looks good. Sometimes you just you win, you get across the finish line, that's all you need, right? You know, it's if only every win gets to look cool too, right? I feel like it's streamer luck to not just to finish the game, but to also get to look good while you do it. Hey Nama, how's it going today? Got first. I will say I forgot that my roller skates look a lot better now. My ice skates. Ah! Well, we ran into each other like idiots, but I'm still... Oh god, why is the music so different? I'm good, how about you? I'm doing good. Today was a good day of work, and I feel very good. I don't know why the music's different, but I take it. Oh, I do backflips and stuff now. What? This music is so different. I've become Shadow the Hedgehog, I guess. I feel like this new form feels a lot more... I don't know how best to describe it, but I feel like if you scrubbed out some of the details and made it more like just base colors, but it still had the same shapes and temperament, I feel like this would fit right at home with some of the ancient OCs of yore, if that makes sense. It feels very... I don't want to say he looks edgy, but it's like... Because I don't think that captures what I mean. But he definitely looks... He looks like he tries just enough. You know, it's not try hard, it's just... He tries just enough. But it definitely feels different than the original... your original Nahabino form. This Nahabino business concerns. That said, I do want to slap Dazai in his stupid face at this point. I think once I see him again, it's gonna be with... There's gonna be no mercy. I want no mercy. I want that boy cooked. I want him sent to the Shadow Realm. Let's see. I guess we have the time to spyglass, it's fine. Lights, okay. Well, we could just use... Oh, wait, you know, I forgot to buy gems as well. I'm fool. My foolishness. My foolishness hurts me. But yeah, today has been good. I've been happy with my work lately, even if it's been a lot of pre-production for the game, which is, I think it's good that I've been getting on pre-production this time. Because last time I really did I kind of jumped headfirst into doing the development work, which was good for some things, but for others it felt like, okay, I probably could have done more before I ever started doing like level design or story writing. And it worked out well enough for Red Genie, but I think with this game it's good that I do work before I get to the real work. I'm excited to do more as the week goes on. As in like into next week. I think this week did also have to contend with me getting back to it. But that's okay. It's okay that it... I think sometimes when it comes to coming back from a vacation to work, there's always that buffer period, depending... For me, it's for every day you're off work, there's a day that you have to just... You have to still be readjusting. Still not really sure who I need to bring with me for the diamonds. Is there a particular... I'm trying to think which of all of the followers I've had, which one knows gems the best? I'd like to say Aiden knows stuff, but I don't know. I genuinely am not sure which of the followers I'm supposed to bring with me for this, but might be one of those side quests I just miss. That's okay. Okay, how far am I away from... Still need to get over there. Yeah, and last time, I will say last time we streamed this, it kind of occurred to me when I loaded up today that it's a bit concerning the mortality rate of characters in our games lately. It seems to me that we've had a bit of a problem with keeping our fellow characters in these games alive. It was an interesting topic I want to talk about writing wise, and also in terms of game design, there's some interesting implications with character deaths. I think character deaths are in storytelling. It is a risk. It's a gamble you have to play as a writer, as a purveyor of stories. It feels like, oh no, if it can be really devastating when a character dies, but there are ways to flub it. If you don't set up properly, or the way I always put it is 5 minutes. It's like 5 minutes of screen time, 5 minutes of. It's 5 minutes worth of screen time, 5 minutes of sadness over that character's death. It's like that value is kind of different. And I feel like some writers overestimate how much investment is put down. Hey, Interactive, how's it going today? I feel like I think some writers make the mistake of thinking that just because they care about the character's death, that the player or the reader or the viewer will feel the same. And unfortunately, there are a couple ways where that can go wrong. I think the most tragic is not a fault of the writer or even the story itself. It's just like an execution issue. I think some of this comes down to presentation or just some like a line delivery sometimes with voice acting. I think sometimes those end up being less of the story did it badly and more an aspect of, oh, the execution of a good idea wasn't as good as it could have been. And a lot of times you'll see fans go around fixing that, where they go, oh yeah, we'll patch over that with some concrete, or something. They'll buff out the scratches in the record, and that is usually forgivable. I think you can see when if a character death, I'm trying to think of something. I don't have a great example off the top. No, you know what? I do have one. I have one that but it's a matter of context because it requires a modern, first time you're ever seeing this movie mindset. The original Star Wars: A New Hope, the death of Ben Kenobi is, I think in today's standards, would be seen as a little bit silly. If you've never seen the movies before, and your context is this being the first time you've ever watched it, right? I feel like for some modern audiences, it would come across as a bit strange or silly that he just kind of disappears instantly. But the death itself is not worked up too poorly, right? It's not like it's not a tragedy. It's not like it's not a tragedy, right? But as a writer, your key point to focus on is sacrificing this character and all of their potential development worth it? And I think that's where some games I think fail. Not all games fail, but I think some games fail to understand what is come into half that conversation. It happens sometimes. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, hang on. I could just go full almighty on this and see what happens. Oh, they resist it. I forgot. Okay, spyglass. What do we got? One needs dark. Okay. Toxic breath. Okay, that sucks. They all escaped. Dang it. Ah, well. But I'm doing alright. Well, that's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, But I was talking about character deaths because both this game and The Legend of Dragoon have both had character deaths. And I will say, I think both games did them very well. Where they actually they were built up to in a way that not only enhanced the story, but it felt like it felt properly devastating, right? And I think that is hard to do sometimes. To get a death of a character down in a way that doesn't feel like it's just wasteful. Because man, I think in video games it's a lot easier for a character death to feel less important. And mainly because we have game mechanics that will start to that kind of pull for it. Because if a character mechanically you don't lose anything for losing them. I think that can be detrimental to a character's death feeling impactful. I think the worst examples I can think of are when, man, this is gonna sound really callous to put it like this, but first-person shooters have it the worst, I think. I think first-person shooters and survival horror games, I think it can be very easy to accidentally cause the death to be less impactful than it should have been. Actually, horror games especially can run into that issue. Because horror games, there's I think RPGs have a similar thing happen where it's cutscene armor. It's like plot armor, but specifically in the sense of what does a cutscene do to a character's power level? Oh, we have to go up there, I see. We have to go back up to the building. Yes. I remember. Because in a lot of games, when a player is given a modicum of power, and you understand what the characters are capable of, and then in cutscenes they clearly don't do what you're capable of, it feels like a character can be sniped out from under you. And that can really suck out the wind of a character death, right? Where, oh, mechanically we have shown that this character can probably survive this. And then, oh, but during the cutscene, we're gonna just get rid of him. Hello, Gasser. I'm not paying 7,000 Maka just to deal with you, truly. Yeah, this is gonna be. I wanted to fight these guys just because I figured it'd be nice to. It would be nice to level up a little bit more. Because we do need some level ups. Not necessarily like we're struggling, but we haven't had a lot of time to work on our power. So I'm going to do so while I have the chance. While I have the time and energy, I am going to work on my characters a little bit. Because our demons do need more strength. Also, we kind of need to work on some stuff anyway. One of these days we will fuse for some new demons, but that day has not yet come. Okay, I won't deal with these guys, but question, how do I get back up there? Oh, that's right, there's the ley line way up there. Probably good that we walk. Probably a wise decision that we walk. I said it earlier that... Yeah, we might as well fight some more. Whoa. Probably should be fighting more in general anyway. Now that I think about it. Because we are lacking in raw power. I think specifically the Nahabino needs to be leveled up. Because we don't really have... We don't have a lot of time in this form anyway, but also we kind of need the extra levels available to us for fusion. Because our ability to fuse is strictly limited by our character level. So it'd probably be a good idea to level up some more. Especially given that we have a lot of options for our fusion. Yeah, because if we can level up if we can get new fusions, that would be really nice. Good lordy. Where am I going? Seriously feels like I don't really know this place as well as I should. I think this game also did a good job of betrayal. There's a lot of writing tropes. As for yesterday, I'm surprised the RNG let you beat the first first Tonberry you encountered. Yeah, I guess. I guess the problem I foresee is that like in this game where I don't think I'll be able to hunt down specific things. It's one of those things where I may miss things when I'm playing longer form RPGs, but I feel like with some things it's just okay, I'll get lucky. And if I get lucky enough, I'll get some cool stuff on the way, right? It is nice when you get lucky and get to see something cool on one of your first playthroughs. I think especially if it's an RNG. I think that's why RNG is so fun with these games, because as much as RNG is the bane for some people's existences, I personally really like it because it offers interesting occurrences to the game. And I like that. It's a lot of fun. It's always a fun time. Okay, I think I've set up properly. It basically has a high rate of running. I see. I feel like the different enemy types in different RPGs is it's a memory game where you have to remember how things work.
Hey, yeah.
It can sometimes be really hard to put all of your information together from different games in one spot. Oh, it's like a whip thing. Oh, okay. That is weird to look at. That is weird to look at. What is that animation is crazy. Ooh. That is weird. Well, we talked about fantasy weapons that don't get enough rep, and I think I feel like the wacky inflatable whip arms is a good one. That's a good weapon. I like this. Yeah, I think we want to work on... We do want to work on our level a little bit more. I think this game, I think hard mode in RPG, in newer RPGs, is a incentive to push the game to its limits. Then again, I think hard modes in general they're meant to strain the limits of credulity. You know, it's like, oh, can you even do this, right? I'm thinking of the more recent Doom games and their proclivity for making some insane difficulties. I like that a lot, though. It's very cool. But yeah, I guess to discuss the point, comparing Legend of Dragoon and this game in terms of the character deaths, and also, I don't think betrayals will come up, but I think betrayals are an interesting point, because this game has Dazai's whole thing. Negative character arcs are... A negative character arc is basically if a character gets worse over the story. That's a gross... Glad you did twice, even I thought... Yeah, it was twice. The second one killed Rose and Dept, which was annoying. I remember. But... I think the interesting thing with character death sometimes can feel mechanically less impactful if it's at the frustration of the player. I think one of the games that actually strains that relationship a lot is Fire Emblem, like older Fire Emblem specifically. I think the ability to choose is controversial, but in the end it is better for most players to have the choice. Because without the choice, I think many players would find the Fire Emblem games very frustrating. Because you're not just losing a mechanical edge, you're losing all of the potential character beats and story beats with that character. And that can be really sad, right? I think more story-driven games can especially run into some agonies if if a character death it actually does kill your playthrough. I think case in point with that stuff is games like games like XCOM or Fire Emblem are probably the best example for those, where losing a character doesn't just hurt the playthrough, but it means that you're on the downward spiral in terms of what is going to be possible for you to get back later. Which can really suck the wind out of a playthrough if you end up with something like that. Hey, poison. But I think because in a lot of games there's a way to deal with character death. In this game's case, it's just run to your nearest ley line fount, unless you game over. But if you game over, then you have a different problem. But the ability to recover from death in a lot of games isn't really a problem. It's just, okay, get out your nearest item. You know, it's not too bad, all things considered. But other games make death a more permanent fixture, and in story-driven games, the death can be a story event. Magic continues. That's where I was talking earlier about how sometimes character deaths can feel cheated because a character dies at a cutscene and they probably wouldn't have if you were just playing the game. I feel like those are the ones that feel the most unfair, because you know that it could have been different if you were just at the helm. I think action games actually could probably have the worst feeling when it comes to that, where running into that in an action game, it feels like the agency of the player has to be temporarily put aside in order for the event to happen as the writer wanted. And that can be a major break in the player's experience, right? Oh, you know what I could do? I just realized. Hang on. Let me do this I'm gonna do this really quick because I have a plan. I have an idea. If I do this, and then Omagatogi critical... Now, the hope is that I triggered all 4 of the groups to fight me at the same time. Because now the plan is simple. I have to beat each troop in a single round. Because if we get this, we might be able to level up. Like, we might be able to get a lot of experience. Our experience output will be fantastic. Yeah, now we can just go nuts. Alright, 3. Battle 3. Now, if we can get all 4, that would be huge. Especially given that means that we would actually have only 3. That's pretty good though. 20,000 is not it's not a small amount, so that's good. Nice. Okay, good. I think using these attract pipes might be how I deal with the problem of leveling, because we can deal with it this way. Where's the map? Oops. Sorry for the flashing screen. Yeah, it's up there. I see now. I understand. Ooh. Yeah, I guess I was focusing on character deaths because we had you know, like Atsuta in this game, and then I think that plus having the events that happened last stream we lost Atsuta, Tao, and technically we did also technically lose Yoko because Yoko got possessed, or yeah, which I don't know if that counts as a death given that she's still around. She's just somewhere else, but we'll see. All right. Spyglass. What are you weak to? Dark? Oh, that's huge. Mudun. Easy. Very easy. It's also kind of cool because that means we're gonna get some grimoires too. That's nice. How many? I will say the number of fights we get in a row does confuse the crap out of me when it happens like this. It is still a little confusing that it's because this isn't what we normally do in this game. In a weird way, this reminds me of The World Ends With You, with the chain battles, which I do appreciate a lot, but it does feel kind of funny to see that happen. Grimoires and Dark Gems, nice. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh God, hi. There's more. We're gonna build up some fights here. Oh goodness. One thing I will say I'm appreciating a lot more is the ability, the Hydra Lamu combo is actually surprisingly strong. I didn't really understand exactly what it was capable of until last time. Okay, we might have a problem though because we're running out of MP. So this might be a problem. Oh, thank you for the work, Nahama. Get a summary. Let's see. Of the stream so far, we have kind of just been making our way back to the government building because we've been walking our way slowly back up to the building and the events that happened last time, because we fused with Tsukuyomi and became a different form of Nahobino, which is very cool but a little bit confusing in the sense that it's a little bit strange that we've changed form more than anything. So that's what makes it weird. But let's see. Is there anything else that has happened today? In terms of the rest of stream, though, we haven't really done much else. We did beat the Black Rider, which was pretty cool, because beating Black Rider got us access to the last of the Horsemen, which I don't actually know what happens when we get to fight the last of the Horsemen. It is level 57 though, but we'll come back to that. So we'll come back to that fight when we are able. I'm not too worried about it right now. We do have other things to worry about right now, which I would say namely is the fact that we need to figure out what happened to basically everybody. Because we did beat the Kadishtu, but Tiamat was awakened, and we don't know what happened after that, so that's a bit of a problem. Generally, we don't know what happened with all that fun stuff. And on the front of updates, I've been doing still pre-production on the game, doing art stuff, because I've been having to pool together assets so that I can better work on level design with a mind for what each level is going to look like and how things are going to go. And the book's been a bit slow, but that's just because you know, the review process has been a bit slower. And that's okay, because sometimes it takes, I think second drafts especially take longer because it has to be read through fully. May death befall the world. Thanks, Red Rider. Dark Sword. That's my favorite weapon in Dark Souls 3. I like the Dark Sword, it's quite good. I should look into fusion. I should be more serious about fusing. It would be worth it.
Well,
Fusion special. Is there any specials we haven't done yet? There's this one, but we can't get that yet. Reverse fusion. I guess one thing I could also do is check party really quick. Yeah, because Lamu's whole thing is that all allies' attacks have the potential to become crits as long as you have potential for it, so that's really good. Divine Decree is an awesome skill. As an innate skill, it's fantastic. I think this is the piece, though, that I like. Because Pernicious Venom lets all attacks become crits as long as enemies have ailments. So there's two different things that basically allow criticals to happen, which is very cool. Also, and Aiden's still the best healer we have, so I'm unsure. I think everybody else, though, I could... It's like the only one I'd really want to keep is Oberon. Like, I want to keep Kieran if I can help it, but... Because he's my boy, but he has fallen off really hard stat-wise. You know, let me look in the reverse. Let me look at Dyad Compendium Fusion and see what I can do with... Let me see what I can do with my boy. Because we might be able to make something... Oh, wait, we can make Yoshitsune. What does it take to make him? That wouldn't be too bad. Not great mind, but okay. And we need this boy anyway, so... Because we can do some other fusions with this. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Is this demon to your
But
liking?
yeah, so work has been going well this week. The book will take a little bit more time, but when it's done, I will be basically once I can put it out, it'll be out as soon as I can get it. So it's going to be one of those things where once it's ready, it'll be out the door as soon as possible. Oh, we haven't done a fusion since we've gotten the new form. I forgot. Good time for me to stretch and hydrate. Ow, my arm. Whew. Ah. Very good.
Well met.
So now we have Yoshitsune. Let's see. You'd swap out, actually swap this out. And swap out, well, we do want Retaliate, so swap that in. Swap it in. Very cool. It really just exchanges demons rather than getting us new ones, but... Let's see. Reverse fusion. Still can make Skaha if I wish. Wait, I'm level 55. Oh, I can go for Skaha now. Okay, cool. What does Hecaton require? Okay, those are some awkward combos, I'm gonna be honest. This would be fine, but... What does Skaha require? I see. I think I can swap out Dominion at this point. I'm not really that worried. Take Skaha. Let's see, what is she good at? Force. Force and physical, I guess. Yeah, makes this entire set of moves available to them very bad. Just kind of makes this a little awkward, huh? Been watching a lot of haircut transformation videos on TikTok. I must confess, I am not on TikTok at all. I have a TikTok. It's weird. I have a TikTok. I just don't use it. I think most of it's just because I don't have it on my phone because I just didn't really get it on my phone, but I just didn't really trust. I don't know. I don't know how best to put it. It's like I didn't really trust it. Kind of weird. I've seen some TikToks that pop up. I like, you know, when they pop up on YouTube, sometimes I see them.
I'm sure.
But
Of course.
besides that, I have not seen much of it. Let's see. I think I'll swap out... swap out Dakunda. Mist Rush. What is this one? 2 to 4 random foes capable of inflicting Mirage. That's better. I think that would be better than... We have other ways of ice. We don't need that. Abyssal Mask. Greatly decreases chance of getting insta-killed by... or afflicted with ailments. I could swap that for Endure. Abyssal Mask is pretty solid.
You there.
Use this like a certain hound out there. Ah, Kukulin. I see. Okay, so now we have Skaha. Very cool. We still have Lugaru available to us. It really depends on if I'm willing to swap out Hydra for Lugaru. Increase the damage of used electric attacks based on the number of hits dealt by allies during the turn. Oh, I see. So if I... So basically, if this guy starts swinging, it'd be if he's at the end of the turn and you've hit a bunch of enemies beforehand, he would be able to do a lot of damage as the finisher. I see. Guess the question is, do I want to swap out Hydra for this? The main problem is that we lose the build, but I kind of feel like it might be worth it in the end, because then I'll start from a character that's this level from here. Oh yeah, there's Kukulin. Oberon and Yoshitsune. Oh, that wouldn't be that bad, actually. And Kukulin's pretty good. I'm trying to make hard decisions. You know what? We'll do. Let's see. What does Adavaka require too? Well, that's a hard no, because I don't want to get rid of Aiden. Yeah, let's get. You know what? Let's get Luguru and let's get Luguru and Kukulin. I think these are worth it. It is going to take some time to rebuild our full power, because it does mean that we are going to lose some of our strength, but that's okay. Oh, we can use resist ice again. That's good. Let's see. Pierce armor. We don't need Damascus Claw because we have Madness Nails. Some videos, though, on TikTok are interesting. I have seen some things on there that are intriguing. Confusing, but intriguing. I guess Fangbreaker. Oh, you know what? No, let's get Eat Whole. It's HP regen. It's good. There we go.
Is this
There we go. I think with every meme sharing service, I think there's always a space for it to be really good and a space for it to be really weird. And that is just the nature of places where culture is shared in rapid fashion. Yeah, let's do this. I think this is worth it. Pierce armor, Xandine. Oh, there's like, oh my god, there's so many good boons here though. Let's grab these three and then grab. I think I would want Pierce armor again. It's nice to have it. I think at this point it's nice to have additional ways to lower defense. Because it's really freaking good. It is really good to have more defense break.
Hope you'll have my back.
Yeah, Kukulin is also very strong. Charge +2 and force Pleroma. Well, we don't actually. I guess funny thing, we don't actually need. Mazanma is only okay because we don't have this. This is not a demon with high magic attack, so it's not worth it. We'll swap that. Force Pleroma. I think I could replace Beast Eye with that. Force Pleroma is really good for him, so this will be fine. Nice. Okay. New demons acquired. Check party. Yeah, we're doing good now. I think we're good.
return?
So we're doing good now. Are there? I guess it's just because I think with meme sharing sites now, I just can't keep up. It used to be that I had the mind and the time to keep up, but now it's just I don't know how to keep up with memes anymore with some things. Because it feels often like I genuinely have no clue what's going on, right? Okay. Only other thing I could do is we don't have a lot of sutras, do we? Not a lot of sutras. That's okay though. Alright, let's go within and see what's up. Is there anything in here? Is there anything left here, I guess is the question.
Atsuta joined me in becoming a Nahobino so that he could protect Tokyo. I thought doing so would fulfill the will of the Amatsukami as well.
Aw.
But Atsuta lost his life at the hands of Abdiel and Dazai. Now that the one with my knowledge is gone, I can no longer claim the throne. As of this moment, I swear to follow you in Algani's place.
You know, I kind of realized that... Oh, hi.
I found you at last. Oh, there's something different about you. Do you remember me?
Mastema, I hope you understand. If given the chance, I would stab you.
Ah, splendid. However, I'm afraid your performance has left something to be desired. You have not defeated the Kadishtu, and they have succeeded in resurrecting the great serpent of chaos.
Are you telling me they're not dead?
Such a nefarious threat to our Lord's order cannot be allowed to remain in this world. As you have failed to deal with the Kadishtu, I ask that you take responsibility and halt the serpent's machinations. There is someone controlling Tiamat. Whether it is the Kadishtu or someone else entirely, I do not know.
Well, I know that the Kadishtu gave their life for it, so...
After Tiamat appeared at the Tokyo Metropolitan Government building, she broke the wards protecting Shakan. Shakan is a sacred space within Bethel. It could also be considered the source of power for the Shekinah glory.
I see.
I've received word that Tiamat's master has infiltrated those forbidden grounds. Make your way to Shakan.
Okay.
If you can find the intruder, then you will also find Tiamat. But take heed. This is a holy sanctuary within Bethel. Abdiel has already defeated the Demon King, and now she has made her way there to eliminate the intruder. It is likely she will view you as an intruder as well. Go forth with extreme caution.
So basically, if Abdiel sees us, she's gonna try and kill us. Understood. Mastema, considering what he's done turning the people to salt and what happened to Dazai, he cannot be trusted. We cannot ignore the imminent danger that Tiamat presents right now. I don't like it, but for the moment, let's do what Mastema says and make our way to Shakan. Yeah, basically, we don't trust anyone who is anybody at this point. If they're angel or demon, they are not to be trusted. If they have wings like this, they are. Write you a message from Archangel Kamail, who wishes to join you. Descending upon these lands at a moment's time. Humbly request you go see Archangel Kamail. Please you, I can tell you where he will be arriving. Wise decision, I must say. Allow me to provide guidance to the Sanctuary of Resurrection. I see. Intriguing. I'm gonna guess I'm gonna get attacked the moment I go over there. There is a Mimon over here. Okay. Hello, my boy. Small one. I feel like some trends... I feel like games have trends as well. It's a lot more nuanced than simply a single genre gets 100 games and that's it. It feels more like there are little things that end up taking hold inside of those. Let's see, let's start working on Luguru. And it's definitely... I think it would be accurate to say that when a trend takes hold, there are visible parts of that trend that are easier to spot than others, I would say. I think some of the hardest trends to spot are the ones that feel like the things that you wouldn't expect people to really be focused in on when you're talking about game design. So one of the ones for me is like UI, you know, stylization of menus and that sort of thing. How do I get over there? I just want to reach this place. I'm guessing it's from a drop down. I don't know where from. I am a bit confused, I'll be honest. I'm gonna guess the Kamail's gonna jump me the moment I go over there though, so that's gonna be... I can feel that that's gonna be a difficulty. We'll call this one a difficulty tweak. I think my favorite trends in games though are the ones where games that have actually have like a positive. It's like a positive sort of trend that people take to in a way that isn't just them bashing on it. Like when people have oh, I like it when games do this, you know, it's like, oh, I'm trying to think of a good one from from recent times. Tough thing is trying to posit examples is hard because I have to field an example on the fly, which is a lot harder than I think sometimes. Okay, we are fully recovered. I could use an attract pipe and try and go for more. We could get some more. Ah. Well, it's fine. It'll work out. It's fine. I forgot to stop at the store again. How did they all miss? Really? Okay, good enough. That'll work. That works. I forgot how cool that freaking werewolf is. I forgot how cool Lugaru actually is because he's freaking rad. He looks awesome. Okay. Whew. I could just fish for crits with all attacks, huh? I wonder if this counts as turn. A lot of game design choices I like are mostly dependent on how the game is built. I feel like it's tough when a singular design choice isn't what people stick for. It's when the game in totality is what draws people in. It can be a lot harder to pinpoint individual components that work for you. I think especially as a developer, it can be really tough if you see the whole and have to take it in only as the sum of its parts. Because then it becomes a really tangled mess very quickly. How do you begin to deconstruct the components of the game that are working for you, right? Because that conversation becomes really entangled quickly. Trying to determine how to get over there. Because I'm actually very uncertain how I'm supposed to get over there. Excuse me. Oh. But there's, I think with game mechanics, it can be very hard to determine what is a singular mechanic, right? I think that's where the difficulty to me lies. Is that it's really hard to just sit down and say, what is a singular mechanic? Because sometimes it feels like mechanics are not easily defined for some. I think especially when it comes to, I think RPGs have a hard time of it with that especially. God, that's rad. it's just rad. But like in RPGs, you know, if you take a look at combat is not a singular mechanic, right? Actually, even just looking at this game, the act of fighting an enemy is not a singular mechanic, but rather a confluence of about 20, which is not exactly easy to summarize when you're talking about how a video game is made, right? So I think it's very easy for us as players to look at and say, oh, the combat is so good. And it's like, okay, but what about the combat do you like the most? And then it's trying to whittle it down to what is actually at the core of what people like, right? And that is harder to do. I think similarly, it's also it can feel very pedantic to focus in on the granular level, because it feels like, okay, you're really getting a little deep in there. And it's like, yeah, it is. It is a problem. It's a problem. Because it kind of makes the conversation too. I know a feature of one of the Fatal Frame games that people had an issue with is related to the Wii Remote randomly 180ing when moving a certain way. Where like it flips 180, where like the axis of motion inverts basically. That one's much less a mechanic. I guess that's the tough thing. Is it a mechanics issue if it's just if it's an error in the execution? It's sort of like character deaths, as I was talking about earlier, where is it the mechanic itself that's the problem or the implementation? The character. Well, it's still like it 180s the character. Well, that still kind of is the point. That still kind of holds my point, is that it does feel like, okay, is it the... Hey, where does that go? I don't know. Okay, that goes up, so I need to go to the other one. Okay, I see. Well, I feel like that might not be the actual mechanic. It's supposed to do it for you to quickly turn around. So like so if I'm understanding what you said correctly, did they have an issue with it working as intended? That maybe it's because I haven't seen this game, but it feels like mechanically it just feels like, oh, it's the inclusion of it itself might have changed the energy of the game, maybe. Which I can understand that, I guess, but see, let's go this way. Where does this go? Okay, so these two, I don't know where they go, so let's test them out. Or at the very least, I haven't saved enough when I've gotten this. Okay. Where am I? Where does this place me? Okay. Guessing I have to go back really quick so I can go use that other one. Whew. But if a mechanic is meant to do something specific and it does so, I don't know if that's a bad thing. It might just be that the choice of that mechanic might have been the problem, it seems. I don't know, because I think usually implementation of mechanics is a different issue. Because sometimes it is just a matter of players were triggering the move when they were scared and trying to run away. Oh, so they would trigger it and then stay facing the opponent rather than running away. I mean, if it's really easy to do that on accident, then I would say that would be a mechanical problem, but also some part of me, though, it's like when they get scared and try to run away, though, is it bad of me to think that that's funny? Like, that actually feels like that's about right. That might be mean, but it feels like, okay, you have a mechanic that knowingly... Well, wait a minute, aren't the Fatal Frame games supposed to be you're supposed to face down the danger? Because you take the pictures, right? You have to take the pictures, right? Doesn't that mean that you're basically Oh, they blocked that. Oops. I did not know they'd blocked that. I don't know why I thought of that with Fatal Frame, though, but wouldn't that mean that it's more of a skill issue than a mechanical issue? Because that feels like the kind of thing where if your goal is to take pictures of the ghosts and you're supposed to face the ghost when you take the picture, take pictures and work with the Wii remote. Oh, so it is a skill issue. Okay, that makes sense to me. Because I don't think that's the mechanics then. Because if the game is expecting you to be stone... Oh god, I fell. Oh, why did I do this? Ah, nuts and bolts, I fell. I wasn't looking where I was going, I was reading. This is why you don't read your phone while you're... Never read a device while trying to control a Nahobino chat. Don't drive your Nahobino and text. It's a bad idea. Truly. Let's see, I need it. So if I go here, I can use the Magatsu rails. So I can use the Magatsu rail around the corner to get back up there. So that works. Yes. This is good. I've only heard this though, and never played myself. Yeah, that's the thing. From how you've described it, and from what I understand of Fatal Frame, which I've seen people play it, and it seems to me like it's Pokemon Snap but Ghostbusters, and I don't know. To me, that seems less like the mechanics are wrong and the player is wrong, because sometimes that is true. And yeah, and I would say this is one of those things that is. This might be my hottest take in games. Is that sometimes, even if all of the players agree on something, that doesn't make them right. You know, if all of the players say, oh, but this mechanic feels weird, and it's like, well, did you get good at it? And it's like, no, it's like, I don't know, that's a skill issue to me. It sounds like a skill issue to me. Who is this freaking Devil May Cry looking guy? Excuse me. Oh wait, you're the vampire hunter, yeah? Hello. I myself am Kresnik, hunter of vampires. See, you are the fabled demon who has obtained knowledge. There's something about you. Have you already fallen for Cuddelak's trickery? How disheartening. I know what kind of poison Cuddelak may have sullied your mind with, but are you willing to consider another perspective? Talk. Appreciate your open-mindedness. Cuddelak seems to be distributing a beverage that can temporarily boost the demon's abilities. The raw material is blood drawn from humans who hold demons' knowledge. It's a way for demons who cannot return to being Nahobino to use humans as a means of alleviating their own troubles. Everyone has a role to play in life. My role is the hunter and Cuddelak is my prey. One must not abandon their role and seek power beyond their natural capabilities. Yes. So I plan to get ahead of Cuddelak and rid this land of the humans that provide a supply. Not tolerate the miscreant humans who have infiltrated the netherworld, nor the demons who wish to use them. Eliminating Cuddelak himself has been difficult, however, for there exists an ancient curse between us. As where I ask for your cooperation. I believe that with your power we could drive him from this land. Inappropriate for a demon as powerful as yourself to be in the service of a cretin like Cuddelak anyhow. Will you free yourself from Cuddelak's clutches and join my cause instead? Yeah, sure. Well said, like a natural-born hunter. If Cuddelak is taken, yeah. So this, it's like I would keep my word to Cuddelak, but, Alrighty. I feel that of the two fights, it'll be easier to deal with the vampire who doesn't have friends than the vampire hunter who looks like he could parry me in a game that has no parrying. I'm not into that. Okay. Let's go back to the ley line. But I think sometimes I think there's a difference between a game being bad and a game and someone just players having skill issues. And obviously they are not. I don't think that they are mutually. I don't think it's something that is easy. I don't think it's always easy to define which is which. But there are times where I'll watch a player play a game and they'll be talking. It's that phrasing that people say when they're getting mad with a game that, oh, this game is awful. This game is, it's dog crap. And you can sort of tell when a player doesn't actually get it. Because a game's quality is not defined by your skill in it. The game's quality is defined in the game's. It's like how good is the game really. I feel like it's very easy to project in that regard, right? Because you look at what the game has done to you and you think, oh, it's the game's fault I'm not winning. Because it's easier to look outward and blame what is happening to you on everything but what is happening within. A bit philosophical, yes, but what's the next Mimon reward? Well.
Need anything? Always a pleasure.
But there is some real truth in the fact that sometimes the game is not the one that's wrong. I think a great example is when a game gives you the knowledge, right? They tell you, here's what you need to know in order to complete certain objectives. Let's see. What is the other objective? There's another one out here. What's up with this? Defeat Cuddelak and meet Kamile. Okay. I think we'll go up to fight Kamile first, because then we can come back down and sweep out. We can do like a clockwise motion, which I think will be a better move, all things considered. Excuse me. Where's that again? It's up there. Okay, that's not too hard. And just like we were talking about with character death, sometimes making risky choices for game design can be really beneficial for the game itself. I think some games making themselves purposefully harder or a little bit more obtuse in understanding is a gamble on its own that can really pay off if the game decides to double down. Like, you know, they understand the risk they've taken and they commit. I think it can be very easy to put a half-hearted swing on a risky mechanic. Actually, I guess best game I can think of with that sort of thing actually is every game that has a high focus on parrying, where it is very easy for timing-based gameplay nowadays to be looked at with a bit of trepidation. I think Lies of P, Bloodborne, Sekiro, parries are scary. They are extremely scary. I would say this is true of the Legend of Dragoon's Edition system too. Parries can be a scary thing. Like timing, scary. You sense the presence of a powerful demon. What do you do? Proceed. Hello. I'm the Archangel Kamile. Well done in heeding my voice and coming here. Wish to see you in Nahobino with my own eyes, and I am grateful that I've been able to do so. First, allow me to express my gratitude. Accept this. Light Sutra. Oh, nice. Thank you. Almost leveled up. Now then, even now, you are a Nahobino. Having lost your form as a Nahobino once, unrepentant, you chose to repeat your past transgressions and vie for godhood yet again. You have squandered the mercy granted by my fellow Archangel Abdiel. You leave me no choice. I will slay you. The one true God, the one and only Nahobino, must be our Lord and him alone. God's decree is absolute. It's time for you to accept the holy flames of ruin. Peculiar. Anyway. I'm gonna destroy you now. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. Just like, oh, God wants me dead? Well, he should come down here and do it himself. I'm not... I am not about to go down without swinging. Alright, let me see what Kamael's doing specifically. Those two dorks I'm not worried about, but let's see. Increases damage when a Fury, Divine, or Herald strikes a weakness. Physical and Fire. Got it. What are you weak to? I see. We can just start swinging. It's time to start swinging. We also need to get rid of the powers as well. Because we do want them out of the way as soon as we can. Okay, we are going to Heat Riser, however. Because we do want the extra... We want the power. Oh, you know what we could do, actually? I just realized. I can Physical Dampener and really slow them down. Because I know that the Hades Blast is coming soon. And that. Just, it feels like a cruelty to hit him with that, but I don't care. It does not matter. This is gonna be good. Actually, come to think of it, I think we can... I can actually just demolish this guy with some well-placed items. Because we want to clear out the turn order, really. But yeah, I think some game mechanics are built to take it, especially horror games. The idea is you want to take advantage of the player's own trepidations. So of course you're going to do something like that and mess with the player's sense of self. Like, hey, they're going to do something stupid because you're going to hit them with the jump scare. You might as well hit them with it. Okay, that is less than ideal. I will say that the fact that this guy heals his teammates is intriguing to say the least. Let's do Bull of Hygeia, and then I'll be able to do more with that soon. Ho ho ho! Yes, very good. Okay, I have 2 turns basically. I got this. Skill, golden apples, which will also pump our HP, which is really cool. I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for Agidine, so we can use a fire dampener and shut that off. Nice. The others may do, they may do some other attacks, but I am hardly concerned. Oh yeah. This is a battle I was ready for. This is a fight I was ready for. Yeah, we were. This was absolutely a fight I was prepared to win. This is marvelous. Yeah, I think next time, you know, it doesn't. I guess it's not exactly sacrilege to say it about a fictional god, but if God wanted me dead, he should do so with his own hands. It ain't exactly. I'm not exactly one to take getting jumped. I won't exactly get jumped that easily. Okay, we're not gonna need to eat whole. We don't need that. I do not kowtow to authority, fool. So this is a true god's light of brilliance worthy of a lord. It's inevitable. Such brilliance will cause angels to turn their backs on their lord and devote themselves to you instead. There cannot be 2 beings of such power, otherwise the heavens will splinter, forever divided. I mean, kind of feels like my intentions for the throne are not exactly being considered, but whatever. Well, but that angel way back in, where was he? He was way over here. Yeah, he hightailed it for sure. He absolutely does not want the smoke. He does not want the smoke. Might have even been part of that group. I don't know. It is very funny though to consider. See, that was probably one of the most horrible whoopings I have given in a while. That was a fight. I think sometimes life comes at you with things you aren't ready for. Other times they catch you when your feet are on the ground and you can just put your entire back into the throw, you know? I don't know why my brain went to a baseball analogy there, but sometimes you're ready and sometimes you're not. And man, sometimes you get to put everything into one shot. And that's wonderful. I feel like those are the best kind of days when you get to put everything on the field and there's no regret, you know? Absolutely no fear, no regret. You just get to do your best and see what happens. That's fantastic. Those are the fun days. I find those are the days I look forward to the most, you know? The ones where you get to... In marching band, I remember the motto was, you know, leave everything on the field. I think that's probably the best way to describe it too, you know, where the idea being that if you put everything down when you go out on the field, there is no room for regret. Because you put everything you could behind your performance. Nothing left. Light sutra. Actually, you know what? Iden having better light would be nice. Okay. I guess the question is there anything I think... Oh, you know what? Hang on. Let me go back real quick. I had a realization on the way over. One moment. I'm gonna make my job a lot easier.
Welcome.
Excuse me, Sophia. I am being awful. Where is he? There he is. Cuddleack. What does he do? Weak to... Oh, he's weak to fire? What? Actually, wait. Well, that makes sense. Okay, so I need fire damage. What do I have that has fire damage? Party. What do I got? Do any of you guys have fire damage? Uh-oh. Of course, the one boy we fuse off, and it's the one with the freaking fire damage. Okay. That's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of an issue, I'll be honest. Let's see. Let me see if anyone... Let me also check my party.
Well,
Man, it is so nice that this is a quick, easy thing to check. Let's see. Does anybody have fire affinity? Wait, he does? Why does Lugru have fire affinity? Whatever. Wait, does anyone else have fire affinity or no? Okay, so for some reason the werewolf does. Sure, I'll take it. Now the question becomes, do we have any skills that give fire? I guess Flame Draco Strike is what we're looking for. Can I... Actually, wait, I can... Yeah, that's right, I get Skill Surge. Fire. Fire Draco Strike. Oh, we do. Ah, but it's on... Dang it. Oh, this one does. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. So we just need that, so... Is there anything we don't need out of these? You know, I'd say Madness Nails only. I'd say Madness Nails only because it's random. You know what? No. Let's do keep Souffle Declare, Madness Nails, Pierce Armor. You would not believe if I said that I took French back in the day. I feel like all of my French study is probably one of my greater sources of waste. The fact that I studied a fair bit of French and I'm still not good at it. Such is the way with languages in some ways, truly. I need this dog. I want that stupid dog. It'd make me happy. Okay, but now we have the means to... Yeah, because it's only electric damage, so... But now we have fire attacks now, so that's easy. That's better. Okay. Now we can go slap that vampire in his face. Alright, cool. But I think some games end up with... It can be contentious whether or not a intentional design choice is a bad design choice or just a controversial one. Because I think a mechanic being divisive does not make it bad. I think that means it got its intended effect, that it made players consider more carefully what they're doing. Which is a much different sort of conversation than simply saying it is bad. Mechanically, some game mechanics just are... Let's go, let's fight. Invalidate the quest, the vampire in black. What is this? You developed quite an unpleasant stench, much like the one of a certain vampire hunter. So he spoke with Kreshnik, I presume, to think you'd be influenced by his nonsense. Don't suck the blood of demons, you see. I find it repulsive. Therefore, your blood will be but fertilizer for the land of the netherworld. I see. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Okay. Okay, missing one of those kind of sucks. Okay, also, yeah, there's a lot of enemies here. We're gonna have to deal with this. We're going to need to take out as many of these guys as we can early. Because this is gonna be hard otherwise. Oh god, yeah. Yeesh. Yeah, that's a lot of... This is a lot of damage. Yeesh. Yeah, we are gonna be in pain for a while here. I can already feel it. Okay, Fire Draco Strike. Unfortunately, we're going to have to play ball with the fact that there's just a lot of enemies out here. Okay, so that's multiple poisons. That's not bad. I think I can use a... Oh, we don't have any physical dampeners. That's right. Could use a dark dampener if he goes for Mamudune again. I don't know. It might not be worth it, but we'll see. Debilitate. Okay, so we lost our stat bonuses. Ouch. Oh boy, I can already feel this fight is going poorly. Okay, I kind of have to use one of these things for an Amrita shower. I have one. Do I have one? Oh, I do. Because otherwise we're going to take a ton of damage we don't need to. Okay. This is going to be one of those fights we're going to be going uphill the whole time. I can feel it. I can feel already this is going to be one of those ones where we're going uphill the whole time. Okay. This is going to be tough. I think we can do it. It's just going to be one of those battles where if I make any mistakes, we're going to get cooked. Okay, that's one down, so that's good. Okay, Cuddleack hasn't done... He has one move we don't know of yet. Which means that it might be a move that I'm not expecting. But if I had to guess, it's probably something dark in nature, so I'll use a dark dampener. And then we'll use items. We'll use golden apples. And then we'll be good, maybe? Spirit Drain. Critical Spirit Drain is evil, dog man. Dog man. That is evil. Ow. I appreciate, if nothing else, that... I appreciate that lowering their accuracy meant nothing. That accuracy lower did nothing to help us out here. Okay. This is... We'll just make it work. It'll be fine. Okay. It'll be fine. Unfortunately, Lamu's gonna take some damage from this, but it's okay. We're gonna play ball. It'll be fine. Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna be in pain for a while here. We're gonna be in pain. Ooh, okay. I think I need to heal the Nahobino for sure. Hang on. Actually, we'll just use a bead chain. Bead chain is good. We'll do that. All right, it worked out. We were able to reduce them to... We were able to reduce them entirely, so it worked out. This was definitely not a victory I was expecting to claim, but we'll play ball. It's fine. It's okay. Stat debuffs are gone. Good, we did that. Nice. Okay. I do like it when games give me boss fights that feel less like just hit harder and more they're a puzzle that can be divined. And this fight felt a lot like a puzzle more than anything. Because it definitely felt more like this was something that could be sorted through mechanically. And I like that. I appreciate it. It definitely could have felt worse. And I think if my setup wasn't flexible, this would have been bad. But because we have a flexible moveset that's able to handle a lot of different enemies, we're okay. It also helps that I'm prepared regularly with items, so it worked out. It worked out that I do keep myself settled up with items. All right then. Nice. Kreznik's ideology is painfully naive. The world is not just for the chosen few. And those who are not fortunate enough to be arbitrarily chosen must live in shame and servility. It is simply cruel. I don't think it's that simple, man. You're literally it's like, I don't know if it's quite as simple as that. Feels like one of those things where each of the choices you make here does have, there's more to it than the black and white that the quest lines take. Because there's more to it than just if you're not born with abilities. It's that working towards them naturally is better than it's better to work towards greater growth naturally with the rather than trying to leapfrog past others with unjust means. I mean, heck, I would say that drinking the blood of others is not exactly a just and righteous way to achieve greatness. It just doesn't work like that. So I see what Cadillac is going for, but there's more to it than simple. But we're born with less, so we need more. And it's like, well, only it was so simple. The difficulty with a lot of morale, and I think that is also, I guess thinking about it more critically right now, is that it's hard to do moral discussions without cutting some line in the sand. You know, without... Oh, you know, I chose the wrong ley line. Oops. Because you have to... I think defining things in black and white, it works better for storytelling. Because conflicts are more potent when those conflicts are more diametric... When, you know, there's greater contrast. The greater the contrast, the more potent the conflict between them. So having two characters that could agree with each other, instead of getting the reader or the player to consider both points equally, you just get this feeling of, well, why don't they just agree? Rather than getting a feeling that these arguments are close and could be considered equal, you get this feeling of, well, why don't they just meet in the middle and agree? Because they're clearly sensible people. But
Yes.
There's always more to it than that. You just successfully defeated Cadillac. Oh, hey, Strength and Sense. Nice. Those can go right to Luguru. That's great. World's not just for the chosen few. This is along the lines of what he said, yes? You two are ruled by those so-called chosen few. Do you think the ruled are unfortunate? Because I do not. Without the disparity that exists between the ruler and the ruled, neither man nor demon would see the prosperity there is today. Rule begets order, and order in turn begets prosperity. The world lacked order, and I were to succeed in vanquishing evil. Kodak himself will not exist to spout his musings. See the dignity of a king of kings in your gaze. I'm not simply a man of words. Will serve those I deem worthy of ruling. I am Oh, cool. So now he's on my team. So we get Kreznik for free. So what does he do? He's level 60. What? Righteous Cross. While in the active party, lowers all foes' stats to the minimum for 3 turns when an ally becomes incapacitated once per battle. Okay. What? What the heck is this guy? What is this guy, anyway? A virtuous vampire hunter blessed by the power of light. His name comes from the word cross. Arch nemesis of Sylvanian vampire Cadillac, with whom he engaged in endless conflict. Both of the men fight by transforming to animals such as pigs, bulls, and horses, but Kreznik's bestial forms are always pure white in color. Cadillac, the enemy of God, is never considered to be a match for the emissary of light, and their battles always end with Kreznik's victory. So this guy's actually just a warrior of God. This guy probably listens to Sabaton on his way to work. Look at this coat, man. This guy's sick. Okay, we might... we might have ended up finding another strength-based character to try out. Let's take him for a spin, shall we? I feel bad. We just got Luguru. we just got him. We just got this man. I think the only thing I don't like about this guy's moveset is because he doesn't have the stat... He doesn't have stat adjusting... He doesn't have ailment He doesn't have ailment stuff, so... but we'll see, we'll see. I want to see what he can do. I would like to inspect. Alrighty. We are... Whoa, when did we get past the hour mark that fast? How? more how than anything. We cruised today. Holy crap, we've been moving fast today. Well, we're halfway through stream, so how are we doing today? Is everyone feeling good? Anyone got good plans for the weekend? I know that my weekend plans are probably going to be house chores and taking it easy. Resting up a little bit where I can. Because I deserve it and it'd be nice. Let's see. Hello, bird. Ow. I did not expect the birds to approach like this. I kind of forgot. I kind of didn't realize that they were approaching me. That's my bad. Let's see. Okay, well that was my bad, but his moveset, he does look really cool, so, I appreciate that Kresnik is pretty sick. He is very sick looking. How do I reach that? How does one reach this point? I appreciate that ley line crossing is so much faster in this version. I do think that the Switch version, as good a time I had with it, I do appreciate the ability that for faster play that higher specs offers. So I will simply just appreciate the power of this system. Okay. It's gotta be like a Magatsu rail or something, right? Don't really see any other way that works. You know what? I don't have time. You know what? I'm just gonna continue the story. Let's just move. I've spent the last hour doing little side things. I think I can... It was good that I got more power, but something on the ground where Lilith disappeared. You obtained Kadishtu Talisman. And the Periabs for the Kadishtu. Oh, this is the Kadishtu entropy. Required demons. Okay. Interesting, to say the least. Whee! Up we go. Ooh. Okay, I forgot about this. Forgot how weird these places get. Whoa. I just walk off the... Whoa. Shakan, first stratum. Okay. This place is weird. What am I looking at? Man, if this is...
So, this is Shakan. I sense a peculiar presence here. We'd best proceed with...
This place looks like a... it looks like freaking... It looks like freaking Tartarus. What the heck? Oh, the music is so good, though. Oh, that's some good music. Oh, you know what? Actually, Kresnik is going to be bad in this particular fight. Actually, wait. I see. If I have to fight with that power, I want Kukulin. This is crazy looking. Aesthetically, it's wild, but also, what is this place, man? What? Even if exhausted from a battle with the Demon King, Silky Kittens. Hey, how's it going today? Hope things are well. Hi, Silky. Is Silky a good way to refer to you? How are you doing today? Even exhausted from our battle with the Demon King, how could we allow demons to break the barrier and enter those hallowed grounds? At this rate, they'll surely reach the inner sanctum. I see. Master Abdiel's guarding that consecrated chamber. Most reassuring. Does Ichiro Daza remain her companion? He served us well in the battle against the Demon King. I bet him and his whack hairline did. No, Shakan is a sacred place to the angelic host. The situation may be dire, but humans. Yeah, Soki's fine. It's going. How's SMT so far? Very good. It's like, having played the original version of 5, this version has been exceptionally surprising. I've been really appreciating the challenge. And also, the story has been really good. I've been really enjoying it. I liked the story the first time around, but I think the Vengeance version story is... I think this version's story certainly carries more weight. As such, he's hunting down the remnants of the Chaotic Legions in Abdiel's stead. The demons of chaos haven't given up yet. Who goes there? Sneaking around eavesdropping. Suspicious vermin, fear trespass who receive only death. I believe I will not. Uh-oh. Ow. Barriers, huh? Would you suggest the Vengeance version first? Oh, interesting. Well, I guess the key here is that the original version of the game, the original story of the game, is available in SMT5 Vengeance. So you can play through both stories if you get the Vengeance version. So you can play both stories. Like, you can actually do them in a row, actually, which is really cool. But it kind of depends. I don't know if I'd go back to playing the original version now that Vengeance is here, because you can play both the stories known as Canon of Creation and Canon of Vengeance. So I don't think I would recommend buying the original version if Vengeance is available. But no, regardless of which version you get, you are getting an exceptional game. Because this is probably some of the best RPG play I've had in a while. And I like this game. I also like this game a lot, so... Let's see, Bull of Hygeia. I like this one a lot. Okay, I can play both if I pick up Vengeance. Okay, that sold it. Yeah, it's like... The thing I would say is, if you want my recommendation for the way to play it, I think playing... If you're gonna play either story first, playing... If you want to focus on the characters and you really want that story-driven experience, it's okay to play the Canon of Vengeance first. I think playing the Canon of Creation first I would say play it first, but I would also say that comes with the caveat of if you're gonna play Creation, plan to play Vengeance as well. So it's like, I think if you're gonna play Creation, then play Vengeance right after, if you're gonna do both. But either way, I think game is great anyway. I think both stories are fun to play. I think the only downside, he blocks lightning, I forgot. Okay, I should use a light dampener while I'm thinking of it. I will say also that the Canon of Creation is a bit more combat focused, in my opinion. Because you're focused more on being the Nahobino. I think playing this game, playing the Vengeance version, there's more going on story-wise. Heard SMT has paths that lock you into an ending. Which one should I do first? Okay, so I will say that this game is a bit freer with that. Because I don't know if I've locked myself into an ending with this game at this point. I actually have no clue with Vengeance. I have no clue. How many streams am I in on this one already? I started at the beginning of the year, so... Because I play once a week on Thursdays, so... I've been playing for a while now. I haven't seen any decisions that have really flagged me into an ending. The Vengeance story does seem to have a pretty... It seems to have a clear idea as to where you're going story-wise. So I don't know if it has what I would call I don't know where its endings are chosen, but it's definitely not close by. But, I should do this. Heat Riser. There we go. Gaia Bolga. I did not watch this animation last time. Ooh. Locked into the Foxman ending. No matter what ending I get, I am a man of my creation, truly. I am truly a man of the a fox of the hour. Oh, they're weak to everyone's weak to force here. Oh, this is good. You know what? Give me one more of those. This is a sick looking move. God, it's sick. I think, though, that if you're going for endings, the way that I have found endings in these games tends to be, if you choose an ending that you agree with, you'll probably be left not disappointed. I think it's hard to understand without getting further into spoilers, but I think even this game, even in the canon of Vengeance that I'm playing right now, I don't think that I would be left dissatisfied by any ending.
We should go.
In the canon of Creation, I would say that if you want the most interesting ending in terms of like what is possible, I would say if you want in the canon of Creation, there's a character named Nuwa. If you side with her, it's probably the coolest ending. I didn't get that ending, but it is one of the coolest ones. I guess funny thing, when I first streamed this game, which was back in 2022, because the original version of this game is what I first streamed when I started. It was the very first game I streamed. And that does mean it also holds a special place in my heart, but I remember there was a funny rule in place. Never seen myself, though I've heard rumors. Reportedly, where a massive threat to Bethel was sealed away long ago. Sounds like we better be prepared. Deployed some researchers from Bethel, Japan to the Tokyo Diet Building. They may be able to offer some support. Well, I think that the story of the canon of Creation, I think it has more interesting nuance when you're able to consider Nuwa's ending as a possibility, because it goes in the face of everything that you were thinking was possible up to that point. So I think it's really cool to see stuff like that. Hello, halt demon. Do you mean to proceed past here? So you seek to leverage a confusion caused by the conditions breaking of our barrier to defile our sacred grounds of blasphemy. What? Master Stemma sent you? Perhaps we should let you pass, but our orders are only to allow angels through. Suppose we should let him pass, but what should we do? One thing you're not going to do is fight me, because I will absolutely win. Okay, let's see. I think this game, no matter how you play it, is going to be good. But, yeah, I think earlier SMTs did a lot more to lock people in endings, from what I've heard. This game doesn't do too much to lock you in. I am noticing something, though. This is a replacement for an area. Physically, this is similar to the Demon King's... This is similar to the Demon King's area. Hello. Cool. Horse. Do I have you? No. Horse. Must say, your hair is almost shockingly white. Maintaining it is hard. Perhaps you could wash it with this. Oh, thanks, man. I don't think I can wash it with a Spirit Drain gem, but okay. Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Do we talk? Must have a keen eye to have singled me out, if I ask what drew you to me. You look strong. So you notice my hidden power. There's more to you than meets the eye. Now then, tell me what you desire. Join me? No, I believe this should suffice. You gave me an item I already have. Okay. That wasn't what I wanted, but I guess we can take it. I just got handed 2 items and I was told to go leave everybody alone. Why are there horses running around in the realm of God? I do not understand. But I understand somewhat, but not entirely. There are horses everywhere. I know they said demons broke in, but why are there horses running everywhere? Insanity truly gallops in this land. Okay, Oribos, please. One grows so bored of these tawdry conversations over and over again. We should try to change the pace. How about we play a game? Uh-oh. Tell me which demon this is. Oh, Tsuchigumo. That's easy. I remember my Pokemon channel training. I remember. Excellent. Well done. In that case, I shall join you. Beast Oribos, please make your acquaintance. This guy's got some good eloquence. I appreciate this. It is well and good to be eloquent. Alright, so what do you do? Fire and dark. Okay, well that's still good. That's not too bad. It's another demon we didn't have before, so that's fine. We should probably fight some more anyway, because we haven't fought any enemies here yet. I should see what experience we can expect to get from fights here. I feel like these are the kind of areas that are just nice to hang out in, because they look cool and the vibes are generally immaculate. Now we can fight. Music, the new battle music is confusing, but I appreciate it. I appreciate getting new battle music. Probably should stop skipping through battles too much like this. Okay, so he pronounces it Gaybolg. Why does he pronounce... So is it like... This is why Celtic is so weird, man. How does one pronounce words in the Celtic language? Feels like every time I hear a word in Celtic language, it's a different pronunciation every time. How does one speak Celtic? Gaelic. I do not understand. What is this language? What is this language? Feels a bit silly to say it like that, but that's how it feels, right? Just, I do not fully grasp how the language of the Gaelic people, I do not know how it works. Intriguing, but confusing. Oh, and Ouroboros. There's this contraption up ahead. Up becomes down, down becomes up. It's confounding. Oh? It is the Demon King place, but okay, so it's the Demon King's... This is the Demon King's mechanic. Whoa. Hmm? Ah, yes. I am on the roof now. So it's gravity reversal. Okay. Yeah, this is similar to the mechanic from the Demon King area in Can of Creation. Okay. It's interesting that the pace is still the same, but not the locations or their names. And certainly the context is so different from what we saw originally. Oh, hi, Pazuzu. That's right. Be a simple feat for me to gain more power should I desire it. Every time I see Pazuzu, I think of The Exorcist. Which makes sense, but also, Oh, you know, I should talk to Kukulin. Hello.
A moment.
Treat your life with great care, young hero. For instance, though I may live, all else will end should you fall. Thank you for caring about my well-being, my guy. I appreciate you. Yeah, the music is also just it's really, I don't know how best to describe it other than it helps my mental. Where is everybody? Oh, they're up there. What the? Kaiwan. What are you doing up here? Symbolize the stars in the sky. If you look at the stars, you might see my face in them. Must be mishearing things. I know you didn't just hear you say that's creepy. It's not creepy per se, it's just a little weird. It's weird, it's more just weird to say that out loud. We. Enemies one moment, then allies the next. Dizzying indeed, relationships with demons. Yes. Where is Skaha? I know I have... Oh, weird. What's up with that? I am getting the feeling, though, that this place is going to be interesting, to say the least. Let's see. Oh, next room. Doi. I got turned around a little bit. Let's see. So, I guess of all of the SMT games that people know of, which ones do people find to be the favorites? Curious what you guys are thinking of this game and other games like it. And also, I guess that can also we can include also in the idea the Persona games, because they're the sister series, right? I think including Persona in discussions of Shin Megami Tensei isn't... It's not exactly... I don't think it's false to do so. I think it might come across as, okay, we're going to include Persona just to talk about it, but... It is interesting seeing how different the approaches are between the two series now. Because it's very clear to me that one series it kind of evolved one way, and to be honest, I have no clue. I can understand that. I feel like these games from the outside are probably, how would I put it? It's like they might be a bit more like opaque, you know, a little hard to read into from the outside. Oh, there's just multiple fights here. I see. Well, I'm gonna, whoa. Okay, I have a bad idea because we have max Magatsui gauge. We do have the means to use attract pipes, so hang on. Let's try it. Let's see if this works. Now we can Magatsui critical. Combat is very crazy with these games because the means to get combos always stay in hand. Man, I forgot that move is just crazy to look at. You know, I should probably just let animation just play through. This one I've seen a bunch of times already, but I feel like the only big differences to me between Persona and Shin Megami Tensei are focus. You know, the focus of story or story over mechanics. At least to my understanding, it feels like these games are more 50-50 on story versus and combat. I don't know. That seems wrong. No, you know what? That seems wrong. It's weird because I feel like Shin Megami Tensei is more combat, less story in general. And it's not a bad thing at all that they do so. Because it feels like it's doing so with the knowledge that you're here for harder fights. I definitely would say that if somebody wanted a more story-driven experience, I would say go to Persona. Just overall. Not because this game's story is bad at all, just that it definitely seems to me that if you want a more story-driven experience, you'd go to Persona. Because Persona's mechanics at the core are focused on giving you a great story-based experience. Whereas this game, I think this game has deeper combat. That you're expected to get more out of it due to the fact that its depth goes a little further than further in. I won't say that Persona lacks difficult fights because it certainly has its fair share. But I think it's certainly easier to beat a Persona game than it is a Shin Megami Tensei game. You know, I think if someone were to ask which game would be harder to beat on hard mode, I would definitely say this one. Which is... You know, it just occurred to me that I actually have direct comparison for that. Because I was thinking, oh, well, do I have data points for that? And I do. Because I did beat Persona 3 Reload on hard mode. That one actually, it kind of stopped feeling like I was playing on hard mode by the end of it. And a lot of that was due to careful planning and, frankly, some really busted ways to grind. Which wasn't that hard to do, really. You know, it wasn't that hard to get stronger in Persona 3, so... That wasn't all that bad. And yet... With this game, I think the fights have been harder not because of... Not simply due to just me being unprepared, but also the game expects you to do more with the mechanics of the game. Combat is meant to be more involved than running in and pressing buttons, right? And I definitely think this game delivers on the promises of that. Of giving you fights that are going to make you have to think. Because there have been times where I've had to really stop and consider every action I take during battle. Obviously, some battles I've been able to get away with being a little bit reckless. But it's only when I've prepared well enough to be able to outmaneuver the enemy What if I told you Maka could solve everything? I am not giving you 9,000 Maka. Ow. Ow. Well, Oberon, I guess this is my fault for fusing off Oberon, because now he's being... he is my problem in every universe now. Because now every fight we go into, he has become my... he's becoming my problem. Which I understand, but, man... Does he really have to make it my problem that it's like, I know I wanted to keep Oberon around, but man, why do I have to get cooked for him being here? Whoa. I'm appreciating the extra fights though, because the attract pipe is working as intended, so that's good. Whew. Yeah, fights have gotten a lot quicker since since the beginning. We will learn to fear the Hound of Kool-Aid. Mist Rush. 2 to 4 random attacks and inflicts Mirage. That's not too bad. I don't think it's better than anything I have though, huh? Yeah, we don't need that. Mist Rush, it would be good, but I don't need it. The difficulty is that Mirage is resisted by boss fight. That is something that I think both Shin Megami Tensei and Persona do that I find a bit frustrating, is that besides the stat-altering ailments, they're considered status ailments, which I find it still is a bit sus that they do that, but they consider the stat alterations as ailments, and while that's fine, I do find that at times it can be a bit frustrating when my hope is to, you know, use status ailments as besides those, and the game essentially says that they don't work, so but that's a general complaint for all the games. I don't think that's unique to this one or even Persona 3. Persona 3 did have a lot of that though, where there were just some fights where if you had a status ailment focused character, they were not touching the battlefield. They just weren't. Which I think is a shame, because I think status ailments have the potential to be really fun to work with. Especially... Let's see. Can I make that jump? Nope. I cannot make that jump. Oh boy. I do think Persona 3's... I think some of Persona 3's challenges were really well done, but I am also considering that the super boss in Persona 3 is... It's fine, but it does feel like a very... It feels like a very specific gimmick, and it's okay. I don't want to spoil it in case, for those who haven't watched my series yet on that, but I did play Persona 3 last year, and it was exceptional, but it is definitely one of those ones where I think the challenge can sometimes be, in a way, covered up by the fact that there's a gimmick behind it. And I think that can be okay if the gimmick is feasible without excessive work. But the gimmicks in that fight are so specific and so narrowed in. It is very difficult to consider them fair gimmicks, really. It does feel like it kind of cheats a little bit in being a gimmick fight, because the gimmick is know 20 different rules and deal a ton of damage, an ungodly amount of damage to an opponent, which is a bit unreasonable, all things considered. Oh, again, Aiden. I use this time to practice my singing and dancing. That's adorable. My power unbound, you can see how terrifying I can be. I am finding it a bit funny that Lamu is one of the demons we've had around for a while. Maybe it's just because it feels funny that the canon of creation does him differently. One can't help but feel a sense of competition when encountering a demon finer than oneself here. You have a fine gen to begin with. That makes you my rival. Box. Here's a box, my boy. Oh, an offering. I gladly accept. I'm gonna offer him boxes so he can get a stat boost. We're just gonna hand him boxes so we can get this leveled up a little faster. Witness my augmented strength. Alright, let's see. Luck +2. Interesting. Still have Skaha, right? Yeah. Ah, there she is. Hello.
But of course.
Even the most desolate place can be a paradise for two people in love. When will you and I get to that stage? What? What? What are you talking about, Skaha? I have not. Why aren't you thoughtful? I appreciate that quality in a man. What is up with you? Why am I being flirted at by the master of combat?
But of course.
Well, here's a freaking box. Here's a box.
But of course. You there.
Show you what a real woman can do. She learned. Oh, vitality +3 is not bad. Okay, that's good. Nice. we are kind of having to make up for lack in power, huh? Actually, come to think of it, we're fighting a lot of devils right now. Or not devils, angels. We might actually want Kukulin to take the charge here. Because he does have a lot of abilities we need for this area specifically. Kreshnik is great, and and Lugru is awesome. Wait, he's also weak to light. Oh my god, this is like the worst. It's the worst possible demon I could have for this area. God dang it. Yeah, you know, let's dump our new strength incense into Kukulin. Use multiple. Up to 51 with you. I'm going to power build. This boy shall be strong. Okay. I guess the question becomes, is there anything else I can do while we're out here? But I don't think there's other things that we need to worry about right now. Unless I'm mistaken. Besides getting to the end of this... You know, I thought of it only after I went out the door that I need to go back to Gustav really quick. I don't think there's any Mimon in this area, so we don't have to worry about that at least. I hope not, but we'll see. Hi, Gustav. How are you, my friend?
Say thanks. Need anything else?
I love Gustav. I love Gustav, man. This is my dude. All right. Sorry for spamming the audio, but I need it. Let's see. We're gonna need the dark gems and the force items. Yes. Yes. Most excellent. I think refills in general are in order. That's good.
Perchance bring more maca next time, yes?
I just spent $20,000. He's like, oh, spend more maca, please. I spent 20,000 maca. Is that not enough for you? My boy, please. What do you guys think is the of the character designs in these kind of games? Is there a particular demon or playable character that suits the sensibilities? I don't know, because I'm thinking about all the different characters I've seen in RPGs, and I think this game does a good job of making the main character feel cool no matter who you are. I think some of that also comes from just the general feeling that you're never wrong with your build. Because even right now, even though my Nahobino is lacking in some options for dealing with enemies, I've been able to make up for it by having demons that can cover my weak spots, which is super helpful. And I think that's the sort of stuff in RPGs you really want is the ability to both to experiment with builds and also to be able to cover your weak spots when you need to. I think this game does a good job of making it feel like you can really try anything and you'll be able to have a viable time. Because I build around electricity and ice a lot in this game, but it's certainly not the only option to build around ice and lightning. It just feels like the option I like the most because it seems to be consistent as a choice, but not overly restricting. Oh, we can just Divine Arrow Fall. There we go. But also, I think character, like, aesthetic-wise, I do like this design a lot. It's different than the original design we had, but different is not bad. I will not shame this design simply because it's not what I'm used to. It'll take me time to get used to it because it does look very different than what I understand. But once I'm used to it, I'm sure it'll be fine. I don't really want to, you know what? I don't want to. We can recharge. It'll be fine. I can recharge Magatsuhi later. It's fine. I'll let some of these animations play out again. Haven't seen them in a while. Might as well. I will say, Silt of Ruin, I only remember in the context of fighting Lamu. It does feel very weird to see the move in the context of I'm actually using Lamu as a party member. Kaiwan wants to talk. Well, he can wait a moment at least. Uno momento. Hello. Anything else back here? Not really. This place has a lot of demons, though. If I did sit and fight every single one, I would be very prepared for battle, but I certainly feel like I would tire very quickly of fighting that many enemies. It's worth it to fight 30,000 Maka. Holy. Really? Just on the ground? Okay. I mean, I'm going to take it. Thank you, game, but that is impressive. Okay. I definitely think if I fought everybody, though, I think that would be closer to what I would do when I was... Do I get to look this good if I play? Yes, 100%. You get to look this good, and also you'll probably have a better chance at playing better. Oh yeah, you know what, Silky? I do have one more recommendation. If you're not experienced in turn-based combat games, hard mode is this game's hard mode is indeed hard mode. So be careful when approaching it. That is my genuine understanding of this game, because as cool as you'll look, it will be it'll be pain, but you do get to look this good when you play. I think that is one thing this game does also do well, is you never feel like you're lacking drip. Even the smaller demons, you know, early game demons, still look good. Some of them are a bit silly. The drip adds a plus 100 damage. I think this one feels like it does, truly. But I definitely think that there is a real case for drip equals power in this game. Like, the better looking your character is, it's generally correlated to greater strength as well. Great example, actually, is that the Hydra in this game, it looks really rad, and it's also one of the strongest demons around. I will say the last hour or so of stream has definitely made me regret fusing away my particular Hydra, but I think what we'll end up doing is we'll end up making it work by getting ourselves a particular demon. I have a plan. What does it look like? It looks like... Okay, you know what? The best way I could describe... Is it Mara? No, it's... Hydra is actually Hydra. like Greek myth Hydra, but the Hydra in this game looks kind of like if the Xenomorph was actually a snake instead of being like bipedal. I'll have to go show it really quick when I can, because I do think that the Hydra itself is really sick. So that's dope as heck. Yeah, let me go find it really quick. I have its essence, right? Should have its essence, right? It'd be under 50 something? I don't have its essence. Hang on. Analyze. Oh, that's right. We have the standing enemy bosses. Here it is. Let's see. He's closer to the bottom, right? Where is he? What is this? Oh, there it is. Here he is. Yeah, here. Yeah, this is what he looks like. It's also got the Greek pottery lines on it, which I find very cool. It's also huge. You know, it's this massive monster. Just like, I like the Hydra in this game a lot. This is the kind of thing I could picture Heracles having to wrangle and throw down with. This thing is sick. I love this thing. This goes on the team. Where is it? It is... Let's see. Without spoiling too much, you have to fight it first, and then later in the game you can fuse for it using a special fusion. Which once I get to this ley line, I can show you what's good there in a moment. Let's see. First stratum pulpit. Let me go to the World of Shadows really quick anyway. I should check my fusions anyhow.
Welcome to
Hi,
the
Sophia.
world of shadows, where demons gather.
Hi, Sophia. Special fusion. Yeah, he's up here. Yeah, he's kind of mid game. He's kind of like middle of the game. You gather certain demons and then you can fuse him. You can create him with it. The only reason I used him for fusion material was because I wanted my other favorite demon. I have a lot of favorites in this game. The werewolf is the Lugaru, the werewolf is one of my favorite demon designs of all time. I love this dude a lot. He is not the strongest. He is certainly not the strongest in the game, but his power is in the fact that he has high agility and just, god dang, he looks sick. He's awesome, man. I love this guy. I am a sucker for werewolves though. I think like Saberwolf and Killer Instinct, my favorite. That's my main. I love that. I will say, also, totally get it. Yeah. Aiden's also a favorite, but she's also, she cheats a little bit by being very fun, by being a very fun personality, and also having, I think that this healing skill is one of the best ones in the game, in my opinion. I think there may be better options, but her ability to heal HP and give stat bonuses to the entire team, crazy. It's crazy good. Yeah, but there's a lot of great character designs in here. The demons are just fantastic. This is a guy I got recently. He's really cool. I like Kresnik. Kresnik's cool. I have not gotten to use him much, but he is cool. He's new. I think he's new to this game. He's sick. Love his coat. If I could pull off this cosplay, I would. I'd have to clean shave though, which 126 MP is kind of costly, isn't it? It is kind of costly overall. It is a little costly, but the key with its cost is that it gives you attack, defense, and evasion. So it raises all three of those by a stage, and then also heals. It heals the entire party, not just one person, which is exactly why I like using it so much. Let's see. Is there any, I guess speaking of, are there any fusions I can do yet? I'm level 57. Oh, I'm level 57? Really? Ooh. What can we get at this point? Sybil. Oh, Sybil's... We need Sybil for stuff. What do I need to do for this? Oh, I can get rid of Kaiwan and Kresnik. Well, I don't want to get rid of Kukulin, and I haven't used... And Kresnik's not going to be useful in this place, because we have to fight God. Well, I say God, but the angels. And with so many angels running around, light damage isn't going to be a hot commodity right now. Yeah, sure. Hi again, Sybil. How are you doing? I forgot that Sybil is very confusing to look at. Let's see. Brave Blade would be good. Hellish Mask and Physical Pleroma would be good, so we'll take those. I guess White Draco Strike. I don't need the other moves, and this is good, so sure. Megalomania. Allies that attack with a charge effect may retain the charge effect. Oh, so if I use the charge thing, it might stay on for later.
To your liking.
Sure. I think the MP cost can be weighed.
This is gonna be so much fun!
Thanks, Sybil. You say this enhances my appeal. I am being evaded, null, drain, repelled doesn't consume additional press turn icons. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. We'll take that. That's not too bad. Azazel. What is this guy? What is that? What is this? He looks like the Venn diagram of a hell of a boss character and a Mega Man boss. It's like an NES character. Like what is up with you? A leader of the Grigori, a group of angels who descended to Earth to educate humans. He is said to have committed acts of defiance against God, such as being attracted to beautiful human daughters on Earth and taking them as wives, and giving humans various truths of forbidden knowledge. Azazel imparted a knowledge of armors, ornaments, and makeup, teaching men to fight and struggle, and women to dress up and seduce men. You know, given this design, I could see it. He looks like a very fabulous Darth Maul. Good for him, man. Oh yeah, Arahabaki. I remember you. This is the guy from Yu-Gi-Oh! As I remember well. Imata no Orochi. Ooh. Very cool. Oh, we can fuse for Chimera? What do you need for this? Kukulin and Oribus. I don't really want to give up for Chimera. I don't know about that. Let me see what else. Let me see other ways we can get. Let me see other ways I may fuse for Chimera. Well, I could pay money and get this, which would be not too bad. Not bad. The difficulty is that I just want to fill the compendium, but it costs a lot of money to go for some of these fusions. Oh, but we're right at getting Titania, huh? What can you do? Lightning focus. Well, we don't. I mean, it's like this would be good. I want to keep Luguru as much as I can, but Titania is really good. While in the active party when Nahobino's HP reaches 0, an ally in stock may be sacrificed to restore his full HP. Oh, so I can turn my stock demons into a full revive. And Titania is good. I do like her. She's cool. Similarly, there's no way around a cost here, right? Nothing I do here is going to come without a cost. This is tough. I guess the question becomes, what do I want to keep and what do I want to throw? What am I okay with losing? Because that kind of is the question. So what am I willing to throw? Similarly, what do I need for special fusions? Dog. Okay, this dog. What do I need? Money. I understand. Oh wait, you know what we could do? I just realized. Hang on.
Return.
There is something I can do really quick. Hang on. We're gonna dip out of God's house for a moment because I need to go somewhere else really quick. There is something I do need. Hang on. I just realized there is something I could do to make my job a lot easier. Because it just occurred to me I could do something that is considered very stupid. So if I go and recruit the demons required for that for the dog's fusion, for that particular demon, if I go and recruit the demons I need for later, then I can level them up while we go through this next area. And the hope is that if I level them up, then when I fuse for that special demon, that he'll get more bonuses because we got him like more powerful materials. So I need to go recruit some demons. This shouldn't be too hard because they're lower level, and also I think I can get this quickly. Hello. It does make me a little sad that I fused away that one Anzu earlier, but this is worth it. This will be worth the quick detour. Never seen a demon like you. Seems strange, very strange. You are not so bad. Tell me more things. Dance. Try dancing. Your movements shake the skies and earth. Good dancing. Very good. I think. Give me much of your stamina. Okay. Ow. Give me ice shard. Okay. Yes, I am satisfied. I am Raptor Anzu. Alright, thank you, Anzu. Oh, at least that... You know what? At least that one wasn't too bad. I don't like it when I go to recruit a demon and it just... It takes way too much effort. It takes way too much material and effort to get them to join my team. And by the time I get them on my team, it's just not worth it. Let's see. Where do I find dogs? It'd be over here, right? It'd be over here, right? If I'm not mistaken. God, I have to remember where all the... I have to remember where all the characters spawn in. I also have to remember where I find... Oh, there's a Mimon. What the heck? Why is that boy up there? Hang on, Aiden. Yeah. These little dudes are everywhere, but how did he get up here? Oh, small one. How are you? What are you doing? Getting view from high place good and all, but low angle good too, yeah? These structures so mysterious. Thank you, my friend. Your wisdom is indispensable, truly. Huh. That's interesting. Mitamas are good. I also do appreciate the Mitamas in this game because they're not impenetrable. They're just it takes a bit of know-how to get them to work for you. Like gem. Dead. 2 grimoires. Okay, this is good. This is good for the plan. This is good for the plan. This is actually really good for what I'm going for right now. Because I'm going to recruit a lot of low-level demons. If I use these grimoires to level them up, we can get better results. Electric Sutra. Oh, that's also really good. What? Oh, birds. Wait. Oh, no, birds. Birds. Do I need you for any... I don't think I need them for what I'm doing, but... Dark Sutra. Also very good. Dogs! Hello, dog lady. You. Yoink. This is how I also approach people when I want to talk to them. I just slide in. This is what happened at the comic convention this weekend. Every time I approached somebody to tell them their cosplay was really cool, I just would T-pose and slide at them at 80 miles an hour. It was mildly intimidating, but I did say be not afraid afterwards. Has their guard up. What will you do? I guess it's fair. It's not like you're waving your sword around or anything. Say, what are you doing here? Looking for friends. So you wanted to find me out here? I did. Whoa, that made my heart skip a beat. Hey, you're kind of smooth. Tell me more. What should I do? I want to make this quick with Maka. I don't really get all this negotiating stuff anyway. 7,500 Maka. Yes. That's probably enough, right? I'm Wilder Dormath. That voice acting? I feel like it takes a particular amount of audacity to do voice acting like that. You know, where you have to do the stuff that it's like, I feel like if you're doing this in front of somebody, it would feel a little awkward. But acting is all about putting yourself out of... You have to be able to stop and say, I am in the circle of play right now. You know, I am in this role. It's just going to be how it is. I'm having trouble memorizing the steps for a new dance. I even practice when there's downtime in battles, but I always get it wrong. Aw, poor Aiden. She can't get the dance. She can't get that dance down. She's trying to learn how to do Orange Justice and it doesn't work. Aw, poor gal. Even against the overwhelming filth of the netherworld, you can still persevere. Must commend your abilities. You do not bear the name Nahobino for nothing. His stats increase dramatically. More. And hey, ice. Okay, ice potential going up by 1 on its own. Really good. Rampage +2. Rampage isn't too bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Hello. Gotta toughen up, man. Let no new kid outshine without a fight. He powered up. New skill. Storm Draco Strike. Oh, that's not too bad. Actually, Storm Draco Strike isn't too bad for this, because we can once we fuse him up, I think we'll be able to get some good stuff out of him. I almost forgot to check. What was the third demon for that dog?
Welcome.
Dog. Macabre. You know, I've seen a million of these guys, and I still don't fully remember where I'm supposed to go to find them. On purpose, I guess. Oh, right here. It's that one area where they just jump out of nowhere. And while we're here, we can get some extra money. That's good. Get some extra cash while we're here anyway. It is funny that vending machines are cash in this game, but I appreciate it.
Hey, yeah.
Let's see, luck and sense. Also good. I don't want to spend, I'm not going to spend too much time doing this, but it's I think if we're going to make better long-term decisions, and especially in the House of God, it'll be worth it for me to get some stuff, a few things ready really quick. Okay, so now I'm going to go find Macabre. Where the heck is, where? All right, so I think one spawns up ahead, I think. That way? Man, now it's the one time I want to find them on purpose, and I don't know where to find them. Really? Aha. I do appreciate having Aiden around. I don't think I think my vibes would be really crashing out if I didn't have some lovely company. Because her just constantly humming just makes me happy. Sometimes you just need a ray of sunshine just to keep the day moving, you know? Dogs, do you happen to know where the Masters of Darkness are? Oh wait, they're right up here. That's where they are. Yeah, fine. You know what? It's probably a suture or something.
Hey, yeah.
Purge Charm. Still good. That's whatever. Still good. Still a good item. You know, we could go fight we could go fight another of the 4 horsemen soon. We are level 57, so it wouldn't be impossible, just a little harder. Diamonds. Wait, we needed that. Wait, that's exactly what we needed. Oh my god, we got the freaking side quest done on accident. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, let's go turn that in. That's free experience. We can go turn that in. Wait, where are the... Wait, I've been running around this place this whole time and I haven't seen a single Macabre yet? Really? That can't be right. How did I miss them? It feels like you can't walk 5 feet without getting attacked by these ding-dongs. And now it's... Oh, now the one time I want to find them. Really? Ah. Of course. Oh, boy. I think... I'm looking back at the chat, though, seeing... I think 126 MP is a lot, but it's... The reason I don't worry about it is because when you weigh the risks, I think MP cost is one that can be mitigated in this game. Mainly because the let's see, let me go find it. Sorry, I stuttered because my brain was trying to find the words for it. Your affinity for a skill can reduce its cost. So skill potential, those numbers on the top, those actually do affect your cost for spells. It doesn't reduce them all the way down, but the more affinity you have for a skill type, the less it costs to cast. So if your healers have maxed out healing potential, then they can cast healing spells for the least amount of MP. So it's not awful. It's not awful, and a heal all is pretty good. It is something good to consider, though. I do think that it is wise to be able to be aware of all the numbers when you make decisions. I also make Aiden work I kind of make Aiden work by force because I think Aiden's my favorite healer in any game of these styles. I'm actually thinking about it. Of all the different healers I've had in games, on stream. As in dedicated, they are mostly healers. I think Aiden's the best version. Kind of the platonic ideal in my mind. I know a lot of that comes from... It comes from her being also just as capable on the battlefield in terms of damage output without additional support.
What's up?
Now that I think about it, I can take... If I take Aiden and compare her to how I feel about Shauna right now in The Legend of Dragoon, it's kind of curious because the problem I have with... The specific issue I have with Shauna in The Legend of Dragoon is that she doesn't match her healing potential with damage on the field. And it doesn't mean that she needs to be a full-on attacker, it's just that what I mean is that her ability to deal damage is so poor by comparison in the moment that having her on the field means that in that game specifically, it can be a detriment to have her out and try to use her along in a battle when healing is available in other options and damage can come with it. Because dedicated healers are perfectly fine if they're not doing damage. Like obviously there are a bunch of games where that's the case. I'm thinking a lot of hero shooters will do that where you are mainly focused on healing damage, not dealing it. But at the same time, I find that there is a problem if your healers are fully incapable of defending themselves. And in RPGs like this, I think if healing capabilities are separate from damage, you know, the magic stat doesn't actually affect healing, that can seriously put a hamper on keeping your healer in a battle. Because it means that if they run out of MP to heal, then they can't do anything. Thankfully, Aiden sidesteps that, so that is fine, but there's other factors that go into it as well, but we can solve this peacefully. Do you care for divination? Should I tell your future? Tell our future. There is no need, for we are destined to be enemies. Oh, you nerd. Ow. Okay. You know what? This one in particular... This guy in particular, perish. This guy in particular is gonna go down. Die. Oh god, no. Just, oh no. Okay, well this fight has turned. We're gonna have to win this one then. I just realized, oh, okay. Oof. I was scared for a second there. You know what? Just for this guy in particular, perish. Okay. That kind of sucks, but it's whatever. The one risk of trying to talk demons down is sometimes their temperament can suck. Okay. Sir, please join my team. Do you care for divination? Shall I tell your future? No thanks. So you wish to forge your own future? Perhaps I can help you with that if you play your cards right. Now then, I shall take Maka. You know what? No. Take this gold card and shut up. Take this card and shut up. Oh, what a beautiful shine. Yes, rather dazzling even by my standards. Very good. Just this once then. I'll accept your offer. Thank you. I was not about to ask twice. Just like, come on, man. Alrighty. Now we can go see what's it again? Is the demon's name slipped my mind, but side quest boy. We're gonna go turn in these gemstones to this guy because he needs to do so for his goddess. As I recall. I guess my thought process is that a healer character should be self-sufficient, should be able to make do. You know, there should be... It shouldn't feel like the healer is just helpless. I actually think Final Fantasy 13, the best healer in that game, actually, like all three of them, all three of the characters who are really good at doing healing are really good at healing because they can also swap out for damage. Because you swap classes in that game, like Paradigm. You swap your classes out on the fly, and Medic is is good for anybody with magic stats. So it works out very well. Hello again. Addis, just when I finally found you, because you've been off collecting jewels or whatever. Sybil, I didn't think you'd be his ally. So, have you found the jewels I requested? Yes. Oh, that's right, because this is the goddess he serves as Sybil. I see. Well, that's funny. I didn't know that that was a thing. Oh! Oh my goodness, a Snade indeed. I look over and I'm like, oh, turning in the side quest. Look over, Shelby. How's it going today, my friend? let me shout out Shelby really quick. Ugh, I gotta type really quick. This is what happens when my hang on. It's gonna do that for a bit. Sudden snail. Let's see, what were you playing today? Oh, you're playing some Minecraft? Oh, most excellent. How was that going today? Welcome in, Raiders. Holy crap. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Hope everyone's doing well. My name is ODaM. I make many things. I'm actually working on another game, and another book should be out soon. But I write books, music, and I made a video game once. So far. I'm making more. The plan is to make much more. But yeah. Welcome in. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope the stream was very good. It seems to me that things are excellent. But I'm curious how things went. We're playing Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. And we were currently doing a quick side quest to get ourselves ready to go invade a realm of God. So that'll be fun. Because God cannot stop me. I am too powerful. It's going super well. It's just playing some Minecraft and vibing. I haven't played a vanilla single player in so long. It's nice. Oh man, yeah. Especially vanilla Minecraft. There's something particularly... It's like, even when there are scary moments, it feels like a cozy game. You know? Because it feels familiar even when you're in an alien world. Still can't forgive... We can't forgive his inconstancy. Made mistakes in love, but I've come to a realization. I realized that all that I am, that love which drove me mad as well, was given to me by you. I see, this guy's in love. True, it's so fun. Dearest wish is that you place me by your side, possess me like the gems which adorn your body. Those jewels are a manifestation of my heart. You're a freaking nut job, but I think that party is cute. Kind of men only know service level love. Only unfaithful men. What? You betray me every once in a while, as long as you remember your true master's me. Okay. You're a good boy, I love you back. Thanks, Sybil. That's great. But yeah, I like the vanilla Minecraft is a lot of fun. Continue to bring me as many as you wish. I shall present other. You may present other gems. I'll prepare something to thank you as well. After eat, so sorry to raid and run. I'll be snurking. Oh well, thank you so much for the raid and thank you for trusting with your community. I hope everyone's ready to see some battles today because I hope I can get to a boss fight and show you guys some cool stuff. Oh, we could just give him. We could get incenses from this guy. Oh, how many jewels do I have? How many do I have? Ooh. But it is always exciting to get raids. Holy. Yeah, it's nice, but I hope everyone's having a good night. I hope to keep the vibes going. We do have some more time on stream today, so we are going to be able to keep the train rolling today. How many aquamarines do we have? Oh, we can trade in... Oh, so it trades in all of them at once. Oh, sick. Ooh. Anything else? All right. Bring me as many jewels as you can. I shall thank you. Thanks, Addis. Why does Addis have a nice... Why is his butt? Why did my camera have to swing like that? God dang it. Well, good on you, Addis. You work on it. You deserve it. Okay, back to the ley line. It is good to take care of yourself, though. Especially at a post-stream. My post-stream routine is usually, you know, get the... Even if the upload time is awful, I still get the VOD for the current stream up every night. Because I'd rather make sure I remember to put it up, rather than hope that I'll remember in the morning to upload it. It just seems to work better for me to... Oh, wait, I went to the wrong place. Oops. Hang on. Let's see. We have all this stuff. Okay, we got all this. So if we work on our demons... Let's see, grimoires. Yes. Okay, so if I work on the demons that we need for the dog we're gonna fuse for later, we should be theoretically able to... Let's see, I'm gonna use 5 on Dormoth. Actually, let's use 4 on Dormoth, 1 on Macabre. Dog Lady is very strong now. And then we'll use one on Macabre. There we go. Nice. And we'll keep these for later. Yes. All right, very good. For those unfamiliar with Shin Megami Tensei, and particularly this game, if you want the rundown in the quickest form possible of the story, God is dead, and Lucifer ate his corpse. And you know, honestly, I don't really know how to follow that up. I don't really know what to. It kind of feels like that statement ends a lot of conversation, doesn't it? Like, you can't lead with God is dead and then expect to be able to follow it with any other statement. But in this world, God is literal and God is very real. So I guess that's also a prerequisite for the story. Is that all gods are real. So that's kind of neat. That's why we have a Norse god. Actually, come to think of it, my team is a bit of a whack job team now that I think about it. Because Lamu is a Babylonian mythology, is a Babylonian god. And he's like he's the silt in the sea, where Apsu's freshwater and Tiamat's seawater mix. He's basically all the dirt at the bottom of all waters, of all water. So that's neat. And we have Iden, who's the Norse goddess of... She's the keeper of the golden apples and the wife to Bragi, the god of poetry. Cuchulainn is a Celtic hero and son of the sun god Lu. And he uses the spear they call it the Gaybolg in this one, but it's a guy. I call it the Gaia Bolga, but that's neat. We have one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Another. What is Skaha's one of the? She trained Cuchulainn. She actually trained the guy that's on our team. Sybil's a Phrygian goddess, so that's cool. Ouroboros is one of the demons in the Gosha. Yeah, basically, this game has every mythology shoved into it, which is an interesting case of urban... in terms of urban fantasy, it's really fascinating because it presents all religions as existing at the same time with equal staying power. And the real differences only arrive in that there tends to be some, like, interesting consequences for demons existing in the world. And a lot of it comes down to the fact that demons are gonna constantly intervene with human existence. And in this case, it's that angels and demons are fighting, and it sucks for everybody. So that's cool. Sybil wants to have a conversation. I should probably go back soon, then. What was I going up here for? Oh, items. Ah! I don't know why I thought that was gonna go well, but bless him, I tried it. But yeah, so we're currently trying to get into God's house and figure out what's going on, because the Kadishtu, these four, you know, I don't really know what to say other than these four really pretty ladies who wanted to destroy everything summoned Tiamat, which I feel like saying four ladies summoning Tiamat feels like a very also weird thing to go into. What would I classify the Kadishtu as? Because it's four demons of exceptional power who are ladies who say is so used, so go ahead, take it. Oh, chakra drop. That's nice. Thanks, Sybil. I remember in Persona 3, Sybil's the persona that you can get for finishing up with... when you finish Yukari's stuff? I forgot. Hi, Gustav. Yeah, I imagine for everybody popping in on the raid who has no idea what we're playing, this is probably a weird game to pop into. But I think if stick around, it'll be fun. I think there's some interesting stuff that'll happen today. Especially given that I'm gonna go back to God's house. Hang on, let me go back to God's house. Let's see, crossing. Well, it's not really God's house, it's more like God's penthouse. It's like, Shakan seems to be a place of immense power for the angels and for God, but I'm curious what else is in here. Ah. The upside down room. Ooh. Can I, game? Oh, there we go. Ah, yes. Yeah, this place is a little bit strange, but it is very cool. Man, I'm thinking about Minecraft now. I feel like the game design in Minecraft is one of those things that's it's hard to replicate specifically because of its simplicity. I think that's something that is an easy mistake to make, is for game designers, is to look at a game and look at... It's easy to look into the eccentricities of code or the specific nature of a game, but sometimes it comes down to just the basic elements that make up the core. Because Minecraft's core is in exploration, in the wonder of discovery. And I think that sort of thing is always, in a way, relaxing. It's, you know, sure, there's a fair bit of uncertainty in discovery, because in learning anything new, there is the discomfort of having to make that knowledge fit in your brain, right? Of having to take new knowledge and get it to enter your brain in a way that works for you, right? And that's not easy. You know, I don't think it's easy to get knowledge to stick. And learning of new places can be alien and strange, right? I actually had that experience when I went to the comic convention this last weekend. I went to Indiana Comic Convention this weekend, and it was a very lovely time. But I did find that there are times though where, you know, meeting new people, you know, trying to, you know, expand my horizons. It can be scary. It can be discomforting sometimes. You know, it can be scary. And not because other people are scary, because that's not really the case. That's not really the case at all. Some people are scary, but that's just how some people are. But it's more that in order to meet somebody new and to, you know, to go to a new place, oh, the ad break, of course, to meet a new place in that sense, you have to be willing to risk yourself in some way, right? Probably continue this conversation again when the ads are over, but... So I need to flip it over... I think you just flip it over while I'm here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's just flip it over while I'm here. Doy. There we go. Yeah, it's just flip it here. I might run a little bit later just so the... This is disconcerting. Huh. A lot of ley line points in this area. It feels surprising. Okay, let's see. Grimoires. I feel like it'd be unwise to not use them on one of our main party members. So let's use at least one on Kukulin. So I think Kukulin's the one who's the most behind stat-wise. And then we'll use one on Anzu. There we go. Alright. Very good, very good, very good. I'm thinking of it. Stat boost really quick. Very good. Okay. But as I was saying, I think that there's always a bit of fear in learning new things, because it's always an uncomfortable experience to pick up a new skill. You know, when you're playing, I think it can be the loop of play new game and you're not immediately good at it and then put it down. I think that is a very real problem. You know, that it's like, okay, how do you get players to not drop a game because they're discomforted by the awkwardness in their feet? It's sort of to me like learning a new dance, right? You know, it is awkward to learn how to dance. I don't think it ever gets easier, really, to learn how to dance. But more so, it's harder to learn how to put it out of your mind that people are judging you for your ability to dance. You know, that feeling that, oh, someone's definitely looking at me and thinking I look silly doing this. And it's a lot harder to drop that feeling than it is to actually push through the awkwardness in your feet of dancing, right? And in that way too, learning how to play a game or learning how to do a new move, I think those things will fall away much more than the awkwardness of thinking that people are judging you. So I approached a number of people while I was there to tell them their cosplay was cool, and man, it's quite a rush. You know, I did feel my cheeks redden a few times where it's, you know, it's like, oh, you know, I feel like, oh, it is quite a different experience to have to tell somebody like, oh, I think you look awesome. You know, it's like, and especially, you know, it's like if you're approaching someone who's exceptionally pretty, it's like you don't want to feel like you're catcalling. Granted, everybody at the convention was very, very sweet and very cool, and it was a lot of people who were like, oh, it's really cool to share that, you know, that enthusiasm. So those fears were always unfounded, but, you know, I think the what ifs always stick in your head a little bit, right? You're always worried that earnest part of you will be rejected. And graciously, that is not often the case in those situations. There are a lot of demons here. Yeah, we're probably gonna end up fighting a lot of people, so I'll just have to play ball. Might be worth it anyway, because again, we do need to level up some. The extra power will be worth it for later. And if I fight quickly, we should be able to get a lot done. Ooh. Sorry if I'm clicking through the fights. I think I've gotten too used to clicking through to rapid firing some battles here. Yeah, we're gonna have to fight a lot of enemies though, so this is gonna be quite an interesting time. Hello. Give you 3,000 Maka? Nah. What a cheapskate. Guess I'll finish you off. You just punched my healer. Why you have to punch my healer like that? Perish. I guess the one thing that's making me a little sad thinking about it is that we did fuse away the Hydra, and the Hydra did give us some interesting synergies with Lamu. I will say, if I saw this animation in a fighting game, I would lose it. That animation is amazing. I will say, if there's any game I want to advocate for in the future, you know, if there's a game I could get other people to make, and I'd be very happy, I really want Persona 5 Arena. Because there's a fighting game series that Persona does that is it's basically just a 2D sprite-based fighting game for the Persona series. And we haven't had one since Persona 4A. So I would very much love to petition for a new one to be made. Because maybe it's also selfish of me to think this, but the one piece of that I want is that I want the Nahobino. I want this character. I want this character in that game as DLC. You know, just add him in for the sake of it, right? Heck, throw in the Demi-Fiend to make it a Shin Megami Tensei DLC, right? Just let me have my boy in a fighting game. Because I love the Nahobino. I feel like, unironically, the Nahobino might be one of my favorite characters. I think both design-wise and in the fact that they are hilariously stoic and competent. There are times where I think the the character of the Nahobino, the person you play as. I feel like it's kind of funny because he's simultaneously a bit of a dork and also a really cool character. And it's hard to pull off the balance between dorky and, you know, cool and edgy. But I think this guy does a good job of it. I think this this character does a great job of it. Similarly, I'm also a big fan of the... I am a big fan of how other RPG protagonists can pull off that fine balance of being cool and a bit of a dork at the same time. I think the one I think of often with that sort of balance is characters like Luke from Tales of the Abyss, which I've also played. There's actually a lot of them, a lot of characters like that. Where did I go? It just occurred to me, I don't even know where I was. I do not know where I am anymore. Where am I, man? This place is truly maze-like. Okay, I need to run forward. Where am I? Okay, I'm going that way. How do I get there? How does one approach the Unreal? Okay, that was not my intent. Ow. Ow. Okay, that does suck. Ow. Okay, well, we are currently sealed, which does mean that we are a little bit in the oops. We're in the oops category. We do not have many of these left. We do not have many of those left over. That is not good. Okay. What can I do to make my job easier? I guess we'll just heal really quick first. The new battle music is a banger, which I appreciate, but also, I'm still getting used to the new music. It is definitely an adjustment. There we go. Ow. Oh god, Kukulin went down. Oh, I went down. Ah! I kicked my desk. I didn't do that out of rage. I did it because I was adjusting my feet and I forgot where they were. Ah! Okay, that sucks. How far back does that put me, though, huh? Oh, just to the beginning of the room. Okay, that's not a ton of progress loss, so that's not that bad, but still sucks. Sucks a little bit, but I mean, it's not that bad. It's not awful to lose progress because I feel like this is a stern reminder to not take things too easy. I'll make this the short version. I guess it's a good time as always to remind myself that I am playing on hard mode. There is no room for me to really start getting complacent. The last couple fights have been good to me, but it would be unwise for me to presume that that is the norm, you know? I shouldn't be so presumptuous that I'm going to have this easy a time with every battle. So I definitely need to be a little bit more careful in the future. And it certainly isn't helping me that I'm rushing, so we need to be a bit more careful. And by we, I mean me. Because the chat has done nothing to the chat has done nothing to hamper my judgment. Truly, only the chat is only a positive influence on my abilities. It would be unfair to place any impetus of better judgment onto the chat. The implacable entity known as chat does not need to be brought into the judgment of my skill. To put it plainly, I am having a skill issue. I was talking earlier about how sometimes game mechanics feel like they're made poorly, but in truth, it's that the players are having a skill issue. I don't think that's always the case. There are bad game mechanics, bad game design. Bad game design does exist, but I think it only exists in the sense that bad game design is boring game design. I think that's where bad game design is at is bad. when it impedes or otherwise hampers the gameplay experience. That said, I think that there's a difference between something that ruins the game experience and something that makes it harder. I think difficulty is not the same as poor design. I think poor design is hard to communicate. It's hard. It's almost hard to communicate what bad design, what bad design doesn't do. Where it's like, okay, what could be changed about bad game design to make it better? Because I feel like it's harder to look at bad game design and say, oh yeah, oh god, whoa, they are rushing. Wait, they are moving right for me. That's scary. I don't know if my statements are quite tethered together as the way I was hoping I would get them to be, but basically, I think that bad game design is more often when a game is made boring or it makes it less fun as a direct result of that mechanic existing. I think something being hard or something feeling a bit jank is not always a bad thing. I think some games are going to have to feel a bit strange until you get it under your hands, right? Okay, I'm gonna try something really quick because I would like to see what I can do. A risk to be sure, but one I would like to do. The item I just activated, the attract pipe, it essentially increases the chances of me getting additional enemies to show up during a battle. And I'm doing this with the intent of trying to get more than one... I want to get more than one fight in a row because I'd like to get extra experience points. Nice. Yep, there it is. So it allows me to chain the fights together in a way that allows me to get more experience out of it, which is going to be very helpful. Okay, these Kid and Key guys are... I didn't want to say it too fast because I knew what it was going to sound like if I said it too fast, but these particular demons are proving to be a bit of a problem with their HP. Because the amount of HP they have is difficult to get around. Alrighty. Oh, I lost some Grimoires as well. That's what it was. I lost Grimoire. Oh, wait. No, I used the Grimoires. No, we're good. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Today's been good. Today's been a good day. I'm happy that I got to play. I'm happy I got to play more of this, and I'm happy and blessed that I was able to have a fun and fascinating weekend. And I was able to spend some quality time getting to meet new people and also hang out with a good friend of mine, so I'm grateful for the blessings in my life. It's nice. And of course, then I get to get back to my routine and have some fun getting to hang out with the chat. So I'm happy. I think it's nice that it's not very hard for me to look at life and be able to... I'm grateful that I can look at life and very quickly point to the things those blessings that exist for me. Some days it's harder to do that, but I'm grateful that I've had a long string of days lately that have been easier to do that with, you know? That I can look at the life I lead and say, oh yeah, things are good. It's nice. I feel like it's good that this is a space I've cultivated for people to be able to either share in that, or for those who need a bit of time to step away from what the world is asking of them. This is a good place for it. I'm happy that I've done so. I'm happy that this place of mine has become its own little corner. A place to step out of reality for a moment. Whether just to enjoy a good story or because we need to. Some days it is that we need to. Don't I know it that the world sometimes is a little bit scary.
Take this.
The world do be a little scary sometimes, but graciously, we do not have to do so alone. Graciously, the world is not faced alone. I'm gonna drink some water. I have not drank any of my water. Man, I haven't been hydrating today. No wonder my tactical prowess was flagging. I feel like my ability to make good tactical decisions is in direct correlation with how well have I been keeping up with my health. And you know, even though I know these guys aren't that bad, it is quite intimidating to have an entire row of them show up like that. Alright, that's fun. Well, we can fight at least one or two. It would be unwise to not gain some extra experience. We do need it for later anyhow. We're gonna fight to the man. Yes, excellent. Okay, never mind. Alrighty. Okay, let's get out of here. There's a lot of those, a lot of tiger monkey demons. I do not need all that. Okay. Is there gonna be another one? No. I see. I still need to get around. I had a dumb thought I needed to draw out at some point. That if I could draw my fox like the icy polar bear, you know, like the slushy, like icy, the brand. It's kind of from a stupid joke that popped up a bunch during my Golden Sun playthrough. That I had a regular occurrence where I would say the phrase "I see" a lot. Apparently, I say that a lot. It's just one of those turns of phrase that I end up using inadvertently at a frequent pace, and it's one of those things I don't really intend on saying all that often, but because I do, I thought that I thought it'd be funny to put my face on to put myself on an IC during one of my clips, and I feel like that's one of my better jokes, even if it's very stupid. I think the best jokes are simple and a bit silly, but I feel like that one in particular feels really silly. Hydra's essence and Moloch's essence. Intriguing. I guess we could just fish for the critical. No, we did not get it. This fight might be a problem if I don't actually deal with them. Ooh. The dodge was slick, I will say. Okay, we're coming up on our next ley line. They've been really generous with the ley lines here, so I will just take what I can get, but oh hello. Destroy all the angels that hold dear and avenge the Demon King. Ah, so they're here in retaliation for the Demon King, I see. Interesting. Interesting that we don't get to see the Demon King battle in this version of the story. Because this is the canon of creation, you go to see that stuff, but in the canon of vengeance, you don't get to see the Demon King stuff. So that's funny, you know, that's funny that they actually wanted to fight for it. If I have a better purpose, I'll give it to you. Okay, physical dampener is really good. We did need one of those. Oh, again. Oh, he sits.
Yes.
Tsukiyomi is a logistics-type proto-fiend, designed more for government work out of the public eye. Under the circumstances, though, I had to take the field. It's the only chance we have at fixing the demonic crisis.
Right.
I have to wonder how humanity would have reacted if they found that their leader wasn't even human. Oh, that's right, because he's the Prime Minister of Japan. Man, thinking about that more, they really did build a robot demon. They built a robot demon to rule the government. And he does a good job of it, so... I don't know how to... I don't know. I don't know what the ethics are for making robot demons for government work. I feel like it's much more of a... feels like it's worse on the... True General always takes care of his parents no matter where he finds himself. Do we have any gifts? We have 1 demon box. That'll work. Unexpectedly thoughtful. Well, I accept. Alright, well, there you go, Macabre. Thanks, buddy. I like the demon haunt. It's nice to take a moment, you know? Let's see. Save again while I have a moment. Man. Okay, that looks like it's going to be a little tougher than the last fight we did, huh?
Young man.
Sense angels up ahead. Hold a moment and listen to their conversation. Thank you, Tsukuyomi. What is the situation regarding the demon invaders? Sir, the demons are being dealt with. However, it appears the saint is among the intruders. Cannot be. She must be after that power for herself. Accursed saint. So this is how she betrays after our master who graciously spared her life. No one must be allowed to reach the inner saint to make haste. We cannot let her profane the sacred space. The saint? Wait, that'd be Tao. Wait, what do you mean Tao's alive? You avoid a fight for now, but what they mean that said the saint is among the intruders? You know who? What? Explain yourself. Oh, it could be Yoko. That's right. Don't believe it. So Hiromine was working for the Kadishtu and Isano Kami died trying to save you. Based on what you've told me, it sounds like the key to reviving Tiamat was the Dragon Slayer Nahobino. In other words, you and Naogami. Which means it's possible that Hiromine befriended you in order to report your activities to Lilith.
I see.
Now that I think about it, Aisheth abducting Atsuda's sister and forcing him to fight you wouldn't have made sense unless she knew about your friendship. She's conspired to trap you the entire time, all while trying to avoid drawing suspicion onto herself.
But
I don't believe everything about her was a lie. I suspect she may have felt hesitation for as well. That's right. In any case, given what we know now, it seems safe to say the saint those angels were talking about is indeed Hiromine.
we should go.
I don't know why she's here, but I'm concerned about that power they mentioned. We should hurry. I wonder if it is. I thought it was going to be Isano Kami because she's referred to as the saint. But then what is going on with Yoko? Yoko Hiromine is the one that is being referred to, but so what's the I guess what's the deal? What's the why does my brain want to say what's the dealio? What is up with that? I'm not I wasn't even particularly conscious and aware of current lingo when dealio was a real word that people said. Why does my brain want to say what's the dealio with Yoko? Doesn't even make any sense. It's just like, what is wrong with you? what is my major malfunction to consider dealio as a reasonable turn of phrase? I'm an author, for God's sake. As an author, why does my brain want to say the dealio? Is it because it's funny to say? It's like saying, it's like making up a stupid word and saying it, you know? I think being a fantasy author has really skewed my perception of words. Because writing in fantasy implies that you have to be willing to step outside yourself and say, this word is going to be spelled quote-unquote wrong, and that is perfectly okay. You have to accept that words are going to be incorrect in a way. And to do so, you have to be willing to say, man, I gotta stop pressing the button like that. It keeps flipping the room. It keeps stepping on the room. I'm confused. This place... I do like the level design of this place, though, because it isn't inherently confusing. I'm just being foolish. My arrogance does not belie poor game design. Stop! I gotta stop doing that. It's like teleportation as described. I actually also, I guess, while I was on my journey, on my travels, I read Larry Niven's Ringworld. I read a book on the way. I read 2 books on the way to and from the convention, and I read Larry Niven's Ringworld, and I also read it's actually probably my favorite book of all time now is Hermann Hesse wrote a book called Steppenwolf. I am a big fan of Steppenwolf. That is a fantastic book. I really like that book. I am back at the beginning of the room again. How did I do that? Whatever. What are you gonna do? But I really like the story and the concepts therein of the archetype of person known as the Steppenwolf. Deeply philosophically interesting, but also easy to misunderstand. Because the story at the end of the day is about healing. What is this wolf thing? Oh, the Steppenwolf? It's a book. It is a book. It's actually one. It's a book by a guy named Herman Hesse. He wrote a book called Steppenwolf, and it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite pieces of fiction. Probably my favorite book of all time. Read two, but I like the. I like the book a lot. It makes me very. It's such an interesting read. Where am I? Okay, I'm on the right side of the room, but the wrong section of the floor. I guess. Is this where I need to be? Let me see. Okay, so that's the platform. How do I... It's like some part of me thinks I know what I'm doing, but the other hand says it's very but the book is about the concept of the Steppenwolf, like the idea, the philosophical idea of what is called a Steppenwolf, which is essentially, if I were to describe the core essence of it, it's a person that feels they don't feel detached from society. It's not like they want to fully eject themselves from human life. It's that they feel a longing for human connection, but also prefer their solitude. Those people who really like they really like hanging out with others, but some part of them always will prefer the company of the quietude of solitary life. Okay, I think it's not that one. It's the other one. It's this one. That's why I keep getting mixed up. It's this one. Yes. Yes. Okay, we're on the right place. Oh, good lord. Why is this place so weird? Who invented God's house, and why did they decide to make it like a headache? Is it heretical to say that God's house is confusing? Hello, throne. Follow-up question. Are you talking to someone else? No, I yap a lot. I usually if my brain, if I stutter, if I'm not sure what to talk about, I'll just jump topics just so I can keep my brain running. It's a bit weird. It is a bit strange on the onset, but I try my best. Let's see. I don't have anybody else here. At least not like in the physical sense of having a literal person next to me, or on the phone, or through Discord. Huh. This level design does remind me a lot of other things I've seen, but what the heck is that? What's beep bopping up over there? Let me go see. Who is beep booping up here? I also tend to ask myself rhetorical questions so that I can continue to speak even if... Oh, it's your Lunger. Oh, okay. I don't need to fight your Lunger right now for the moment. I think... Oh, wait, no. We get up the stairs. I tend to ask rhetorical questions so you guys can know my train of thought. You know, if I'm solving a puzzle and I ask what am I supposed to do here, it's less a prompt for chat and more so that you guys know that I'm confused. Sort of like, I don't want you guys to... It's like I don't want to leave you guys out on me solving the puzzle. Because I always feel like it feels really weird when you watch someone silently solve a puzzle and then they don't say what they were doing or how they did it. They just go about solving it. So that always feels a bit weird to me, you know? Like, oh, I would have liked to know what you were thinking when you went through it, you know? I always think that it's nice to... I think it's nice to know the streamer's state of mind when they're solving puzzles. Because it always feels... I think to me it feels like sometimes when I'm watching streamers, magical tapeworms, basically... They basically are magic tapeworms. They're like two-headed worms that do... They basically are rainbow worms that are part of the creation myth, I think. Let me double check that actually, because what do you guys do again? In Oceanian folklore, he is a giant copper python. A being that transcends good and evil, he governs the weather and is considered a god of the harvest. I've been here listening on and off between cutscenes. You talk about a lot of interesting stuff. I try my best. I tend to try and keep topics moving. I like to my focus is game design because that's kind of my big thing. You know, I'm a game designer. I do know my game design stuff, but I also like to talk about the other stuff around it when I can, because to me every field of study is related to game design. And you can use every field in making better games. And I think that the best way to expand any field of anyone's work and field of study is to study other fields of study. To expand your knowledge is to always improve. At least that's how I feel. That's just how I feel, you know? It's like, I think the constant pursuit of learning is key to the betterment of the self. So, I think as a game designer, it's always best if I keep working towards the next thing I can learn. I always feel a little bad for those who lurk and listen, though, because I imagine sometimes my jumps in topic can be really confusing. I have had a few times where I'll say something out of pocket or something comes up in conversation and somebody will be like, wait, what? What did he just say? It's like, hang on, roll the tape back. What did he... It's like they have to hit the rewind button to figure out, wait, what was he talking about? I think that's true for a lot of streams, though, right? Where you pop in on something and it's like, what is going on in this chat? Because sometimes you truly do get to just listen in on the funniest part. Is that what happened? I was very confused when you jumped to the Wolf book. Ah, yeah, because I was talking about there was some interesting writing aspects in both the books I read on the way to and from the comic convention I was at this weekend. That some of them relate to this game in that I think in the case of the Steppenwolf, I think the ability to write something that has some really cool and interesting philosophical points, but it can be hard to get across philosophy through a plot sometimes, because sometimes the plot because you have characters there that have to grapple with the same questions. And I find at times it's very easy for a reader or a player, you know, when you're playing a game, it's like, I think it's very easy for a player sometimes to be almost fooled in a way into forgetting to take that step forward with the concepts being put down in terms of the philosophy or the lessons that are in the story, and actually say, oh, this exists outside the story I'm reading. Actually, another game I've played recently that does have something like that is the game Slay the Princess. I think that game is fantastic, but I wonder how often people how many people can read into those lessons on change and the necessity of life and death as dualities and the ways that love can be expressed. I wonder how many people were able to take those and say, oh, this can step outside of what is the game and be part of life itself. So I seriously wonder how many people were able to make that jump, the inference. I remember learning about inferring, like the act of making an inference I remember learning about that in school, and at times finding that explaining the jumps that it takes to get to a particular chain of thought can be quite difficult. I think especially when it comes to looking at something, looking at like a story or evidence placed within a narrative and being able to make a conclusion based on parts of data, parts of information, right? That can be really hard to do. And it can also be even harder when you have to defend that statement with evidence. Ooh. But I win. Another gold card. Okay, good. I'm also trying to keep I do try to keep my commentary on game design and on the game itself. Because that's why my stream setup is very game focused. That's why if you look at the screen percentage-wise, the game is always the most. I will always try to get the game to be the most because it deserves to be so. Because that's what I want. Okay, where is God? Well, not God, but like somebody. How far do I have to go into this place before I find anything? So I have been climbing for 30 minutes, so I am curious where is the next place? Where am I, man? Truly, where am I? There's a lot going on. But, oh, not feeling super chatty right now. Hit me up later, though. That's fair. The rider. This is the extensive power of death, for it is truly limitless to the point of nihility. Red Rider powered up. Vitality increased by 3. That's not too bad. Not much else in the Demon Haunt. Not too bad. Let's see. We recovered already. Yep. Okay. I'm level 58 right now. One more level and we have the means to get the next big fusion, which will be really cool. Oh, hello. You there? Have you yet found the treasure? Or perhaps you're not privy to the existence of the treasure to begin with. Rumor wait, no, I need to go back through. Hang on. Seemed logical for the treasure to be hidden in the inner. Oh, God bless. I didn't read. I hoped I get to read that again. Okay. Well, that's my bad. I'm gonna guess 3 floors is where this place caps out, but I'd like to see the boss fight before we're done here, but... So Hydra is wrecking my shit. Any tips on this guy? Are you... Let's see, you're playing on... normal. Are you playing on normal or hard? Probably normal, right? No, let's see. If I'm not mistaken... Let's see. May look, let's see, he's weak to ice. Yeah, normal. Weak to ice. If I recall correctly, his big thing is he uses the toxic breath when, let's see, he uses the toxic, if you're having a lot of trouble with surviving his attacks, whenever he uses the Magatsuhi gauge, and that whenever the Magatsuhi gauge is active for both enemies and players, it guarantees critical hits. The best way to avoid that damage is to use what's called a dampener. In hard mode, it's required. In normal mode, it's not super necessary, but there's these items here called dampeners. I think you can buy them from Gustav at this point. And if you're having a lot of trouble surviving his attacks, I would recommend using the dark dampeners and a dark dampener before he can use toxic breath. On other turns, you can get away with a fire dampener, which will stop his fire breath. These will block the attacks and break his turn, which will stop a lot of the damage from getting in. If you need to, it would be advised to find other characters that can do ice damage. You're level 15. I think you can fuse Mermaid by that point, as I recall, because Mermaid's level 13. If you need to, you might need to step back a little bit and maybe fight an enemy or two to get the material what you need for that. I forget what makes Mermaid, but but Mermaid should be available to you at this point. I think ice damage is really the big focus, though, is just making sure you have enough instances of ice damage available to you. Some boss fights are going to require you to really hone in on a damage type. You know, like having a lot of characters who can use ice type attacks or fire or the force type, which is wind essentially. I think that with the Hydra, the Hydra is the first example of what boss fights are capable of in terms of the unique attack, because his toxic breath is a unique attack. a lot of boss fights will have an attack that is kind of their signature. Something that has to be accounted for when you fight them. And they'll always lead with it when they use the Magatsuhi gauge. So whenever they gather nearby Magatsuhi, they will always use that attack first. That is a good piece of strategy to know because it allows you to plan ahead for their turn. However, on a first read of a boss fight, it can be really hard without foreknowledge to guess what their attack is going to be. Because some creatures, even if they seem to lean towards a particular element, their particular Magatsuhi attack will be not the same element. Which can be a bit of a... That can be a bit difficult to get sometimes, because it means that you have to just pivot in the middle of a fight. I guess case in point, there's a boss later that you will end up probably running into what happened to me when I first played it, which was... It was fun when it happened, but it was a bit of a pain. Is that he uses a lot of there's a guy who uses physical attacks later whose Magatsuhi attack is fire specifically. And it is such a curveball because it doesn't make sense. Because the rest of his moveset does not indicate that you have to be prepared for a fire attack. But with the case of the Hydra, it's going to be it is a little bit of a hard fight to start. It's a tough fight because you only have so many options because at this point in the game, you know, like where I'm at, it's a little bit easier because I know I have some options for the battles I'm in, right? But it's easy because I have a lot of ways I can fuse. I can fuse into other demons and work towards other possibilities for strategy. Whereas at your point in the game, when you're starting the game, first starting it, the difficulty is that you only have so many options available to you from the beginning. Let's see, so that's the door. Is it this one? I think it's this one, right? Yes, it is. Hey, I got out of here. Okay, that didn't take too long. I think that should, if that helps, then I hope that helps. It is quite a interesting conundrum to take on, I think, because it's very easy, you know, post battle to look at a fight and be like, oh yeah, it wasn't that bad, but it's not bad now. But when I was playing this earlier, actually, when I was at your point in the game, yeah, it's quite a mess to get through the Hydra, I think. Alt infidel, you trespass upon sacred grounds. Head lies the path to the inner sanctum. No demon can be permitted to pass. Leave now or be destroyed. I don't think they can be reasoned with. We'll have to push through. Type cherubim. I forgot that these guys are freaking weird. Pandemonic Feast. What are you guys again? A senior angel in the angelic hierarchy, ranked second in the order of angels, represented by 4 wings and 4 faces, and carry the throne of God or drive his chariot. In the Bible, they are known as the gatekeepers to the Garden of Eden. They guard the tree of life with flaming swords. So what do they do again? Wind breath, judgment light, and... Oh, so they ignore affinity resistance. I see. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna have to... We're going to have to do our best with this one. Okay. I think what we'll need to do for this fight is fight them down one at a time. I think if I try to spread the damage too much, I won't be able to deal with them well enough. Oh, that one dodged. That sucks. Concentrate -3. I feel like them having concentrate -3 is such a weird thing to look at. That almost feels like a comedy act, really? Like, that is some awful... That's just awful, really? You know what? I need to keep up the damage. We can wait on the healing for now. Seal gem. Ooh. Okay. That does change things, huh? What the heck, dude? You gotta be kidding me. Why does that one have such high dodge? That's crazy. Marado Kaja -3. Feels very silly that they have the worst aim. They have like the worst support skill power. Okay. Them dodging constantly is causing a bit of an issue, though. Overall, it is a problem, but we can make it work. Okay. I think I got some ideas, but we'll see. Specifically, though, I am going to use golden apples, and then they have light and force damage, though. I think Judgment Light is the more likely one to come out, so I'm gonna block Light Dampener. I think it's more likely they'll go for a Judgment Light over all skills are sealed. Okay, no, they went for Wind Breath. Okay, but that's fine. That's fine. That worked out. Okay, it is time to cook. We have the means to make a fine meal. As they say. One is starting to go down though, so that's good. Honestly, continuing to seal them though is going to be worth it. Marvelous. He just spat missiles, really? It's awesome. He just spits missiles. I feel like spitting missiles is such a weird attack. Yeah, the one on the left has been a non-entity this entire fight, so it has been worth it for me to keep him locked down this entire time. Yeah, this has definitely been a fight. Not one I've been worried about, mind, but very funny. Feels like the kind of battle that doesn't make that it. The Cherubs were hyped up earlier in the game, and I'm grateful that I did get to see that I did indeed learn how to deal with them. Okay, melted. Excellent. 2 large glory crystals is really good, though. What? This power, you're the Nahobino of Bethel, Japan, but your appearance does not match our reports. Your home is fading. Why do you stand against us? Are you telling me that Tokyo's falling apart? Now we can proceed. I'm sorry, I had no intention of hiding it, but I didn't have a chance to tell you. You're already aware that the Tokyo you've already always known is a miracle formed by the Creator. Miracles known as the Shekinah Glory. May have heard the name before. We've recently confirmed the power of the Shekinah Glory is waning and Tokyo is beginning to disappear. It's likely the result of the Creator's death at the hands of chaos. In order to save Tokyo from dissipating, we need the power of the Nahobino. No time to fully explain right now. We'll pick this up once we conclude our business here. Okay. Thanks, Dad. He's not really my dad, but, you know, at this point, a father figure is important. We kind of need it. We need the guidance of someone calling us young man. We need paternal support. Oh, hi, Pazuzu. I do not have the mind to deal with you. Ifrit. Surprising. Surprising to see Ifrit at this point, but I can play ball. As long as we can get out of here, we should. As long as we can get out of this fight, we're fine. Ah. Neck's a bit stiff now. Okay, that's a lot of Ifrits. Okay, huh. Where was the last... Okay, the last ley line was back here. Okay, we're gonna have to fight a little bit more to get to the next area, but we should be able to, I think. We'll make it work. We're gonna make it work. Yep. Cherubim, huh? In order of angels, they're ranked as second highest. So strong was their power and faith, they were once charged with protecting the Garden of Eden itself. Say if we could bring angels like them down, that's proof enough that our fusion's working out well. We won't stop here, of course. We will reach even greater heights. 3 more points. Magic. My magic stat is jacked. It's amazing. For I am destined for greatness. Let's see. Agility increased by 2. Well, that's not too bad. What do you have to say, dog? I bet I know why you keep coming back. It's because you can't get enough of me, right? Right? BT dubs, you don't have to tell me I'm right, even if I'm not. I would anyway. I appreciate my dog. Alrighty. I feel like saying BT dubs is a very strange thing to see in the context of a game, of a video game. Alrighty. I hope, Silky, I hope things are going well for your battles against the Hydra. I feel like that boss fight, I remember well when I first played the game. The only reason that I was able to handle it as well as I did back then, I think, as I recall it, it feels like it was because I was already leaning towards an ice focused build, which was more just luck than any matter of planning. And sometimes that is what this game has. It will have happen is that sometimes it will just be that you have the right skill set for this battle, and then a battle later it might not be that simple, right? Graciously, this game does throw you some bones when you really need it. I feel like the side quests too are key to that. Let's see, what is going on down? Is there a mosh pit down there? Oh, those are Floros. What the heck? Okay, where's the exit to this room? I guess is the question. Up over there, I suppose? Ah. We might end up going a bit overtime on accident, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm pretty sure we will, but that's just because I'm thinking I'd like to see where the end of this place is before the stream ends, right? So we'll see. Okay, Macabre leveled up again. Not too bad. Nah, might as well fight one more. I'm gonna fight one more just for the sake of it. The extra... If we can hit level 59, we might be able to get the use of our new ally before we get to the fight. Which would be super cool, because that means we'd have the use of that ally before we get there. Especially because we kind of need the next power up. Ah, ear feels a little weird. Ah. Let's see. This is not that far for another ley line, really? This place has a lot of ley lines. This one feels a bit unearned, really? It's right here. Huh. Doesn't look all that different. Hello, worms. Maybe it's just because of where it's placed, it feels a little weird. Ow, ow. It feels almost like this area is... It feels like this area is very dense, where they expect you to take a lot of starts and stops and come back if you're having trouble. I don't know, it does feel like we've run into a lot of ley lines in a short period of time. There we go. And Anzu leveled up. That's really good. Here for you. Oh, thanks, buddy. I got a muscle drink from my freaking bird. Okay. It's a lot of your Lunger here. And... This room feels oddly... This room feels oddly direct, right? Like, it feels like we're going directly to the end of it without any pauses. I don't know, something about that feels strange. Almost wrong in a way. Like, it almost feels like it shouldn't be this easy. But then again, this place's aesthetic has been rooted in some strangeness, so I can only fathom guesses as to why this place is so bizarre. Luguru wants to have a conversation. I'll be there in a moment. Oh, Dominion. You say you're from the Japanese branch. Master Stema sent you? I heard no such news. That said, with our enemies having infiltrated it as far as we have, I suppose we ought to accept help from wherever we get it. The creator now in hiding, Shakan is the vital piece in maintaining the Shekinah glory. Should they reach the inner sanctum, the end of the Shekinah glory will be hastened. Intruders must be eradicated immediately. Alright, I'm gonna guess there's another ley line up ahead. Yep. Oh, what do you have to say, my friend? Oh, it's atrocious that intruders should find their way in here. Master Abdiel, forgive me. I can take a wild guess that Abdiel does not give a crap about you. Because Abdiel does not give a crap about anything. At least that's how I feel. Maybe it's just because Abdiel stabbed the crap. Abdiel is the reason why all this crap sucks. I'm gonna put it down. I don't care for them. Abdiel can... That giant sword she has can go... you know, I'd prefer Inner Heart. That's quick. She doesn't deserve to have a chance to have final words. That ain't how this works. Yoink. Magatsuhi. Am I strong enough for this? Something tells me I'm not ready. I don't know what's behind that door, but I don't know if I'm ready. But how about we go for it? I showed you what I'm really capable of. Strength +2. Hey, that's pretty good. Okay. You know what? Let's take a crack at it, see what happens. We'll save, and we're gonna see what happens. If next time we do have to... Something feels wrong to me. I suggest we make sure we're fully prepared. I mean, I'm as prepared as I can be, so let's see what's up. Wonder what's in here. Well, this is certainly interesting. Oh, hey, it is Yoko.
That power has been sealed away. It is forbidden to release it.
How do you justify it? Locking up what offends you. Don't you feel any shame, oh Archangel?
You had best watch how you speak to me, silly child.
Silly child, what?
Our Lord thinks in ways beyond you. He had his reasons for sealing you away.
If that is what your blind faith tells you, cling to it until the world...
Oh yeah, that's right. She's taken over by Tiamat.
The world? What are you doing?
Why are you not stopping her?
I feel it. My true power is resting here.
Abdiel, are you gonna do anything, or... Abdiel's just not doing anything. Good job, Abdiel. You basically let her do the thing. What an idiot. It's like, I'm just gonna blame Abdiel for everything that goes wrong here. I'm coming!
Farewell, Archangel.
Oh, good job. You just let her get away with that. You serious? Good job.
You do not look like you are of Bethel. And if not, who are you?
Seriously? Can't tell? Hi.
I am the Archangel Abdiel. You are not allowed here without permission from the Most High. I must insist that you leave. And if you do not wish to comply... That face... I know you. Nahobino of the Japan branch.
Yeah, he stabbed my friend.
You are a fool to try for godhood once more. Now you face judgment by an Archangel's blade.
This battle is for Atsuta. Use all we have to defeat Abdiel.
I mean... worth it. You know what? Actually, just thought of it.
This'll do.
Yeah. For my boy. For my boy. It's time to die. Let's extend the turn really quick. It's been a while since we've had this song play either, really? We haven't gotten a fight with this proper boss music in a long time. Finally. Okay, I'm gonna use a physical dampener just because I know I'm gonna shut off her turn this time. It feels so rude, but I'm gonna take that. I want this lady to get demolished. To the Shadow Realm with you, fool. Abdiel is not gonna get a chance. I bring forth decimation. Time to attack. Yeah, we are throwing hands right now. Oh my goodness, this is... I feel like this is an embarrassment on her behalf. Yeah, we are gonna send her... We're sending her to the Shadow Realm. Just 100%. She does not get to play ball whatsoever. Yeah, she is... It feels like this fight almost feels like I'm cashing in on all of my preparation. My goodness. And and because it got blocked, it got canceled. Yeah, now we have also the chance to... We have the additional chance to actually make this fight go even more stupid in my favor. Yeah, because now we can... I'm going to use... You know what? Now, at this point, I'm going to use another physical dampener and try and stop her from doing another turn. It really does feel like... Feels like such a mean thing to do, but it's really funny. Yeah, I think this is exactly the kind of fight I was ready to handle. As I was talking about earlier, how sometimes there are battles that you just have in the bag. This is one of those fights where nothing she could throw at me would be able to handle me. There was no way she could. This fight could be hard for me. But that's because my specific team is so well settled for it that I was ready for it. Oh yeah, no, this is over. Perish. Oh. Outstanding. Holy crap.
Impossible. How could I have fallen?
Because you suck.
It's done. That was well fought.
Man, let my ego grow a little more, huh?
I believe that was Yoko Hiromine we saw earlier. However, her presence did not feel entirely human. Could she be the one guiding Tiamat? As Mastema had mentioned, perhaps it would be best to pay him another visit.
Yeah, Mastema does not seem to be on the up and up with God. So I'm guessing he's trying to pull a Lucifer and take over when he can.
Ah, you've returned. Do enlighten me with tales of what transpired within Shakan.
Yeah, this guy's not good.
I see. So that is what happened. As I suspected, you fought the obstinate Abdiel. But I'm certain such a battle served as a valuable lesson to her. The more pressing matter is that girl Yoko Hiromine. So, she has regained the power of a goddess. What? In ancient times, the gods that ruled the world were chosen by the goddesses of creation. Their purpose was to select the god that would become the next ruler. But the creator viewed this custom as a threat. As such, Yoko Hiromine was sealed away by the creator 18 years ago.
Oh, I see.
And as irony would have it, she came to serve Bethel as an exceptional demon exorcist in the current day. Indeed. Her trust in the creator was betrayed, and she came to harbor a deep hatred for Bethel.
So basically you guys proved her right, and now it's your problem that she hates you.
It is likely she made a deal with the Kadishtu in exchange for their assistance. Afterwards, she worked alongside the Kadishtu in order to reclaim her power. No doubt that is why she approached you as well. It was surely connected with the Kadishtu's aims. In other words, the Yoko Hiromine you met could be seen as a manifestation of the goddess Yoko who was sealed away. Now that she's attained her apotheosis, her true goal is utter annihilation. Nahobino, if possible, I ask that you make your way to the Empyrean and stop her. It is the world's fate to be remade. Birth, death, then rebirth. But if the throne is destroyed, that cyclical system will fail. Without the remaking of the world, all of humanity's souls will be lost, doomed to eternally wander the abyss. My lord does not wish for that to happen. Please lend us your strength, Nahobino.
You know, that seems like a bad thing. But also, that seems suspicious. Seems suspicious that... Something about the entire thing seems suspicious, but I can't put my finger on it yet. Like, what exactly it is, but...
I never thought I'd hear an angel instructing us to go to the Empyrean. As a Nahobino, we could potentially ascend the throne there and reshape the world. Is Bethel saying they'll allow this? In any case, we should return to Tokyo for now. There is much to fill you in on, and we should discuss our next move.
Do I get to... Oh, I have a choice. Okay, good. Okay. So when I'm ready, I return to Tokyo, but right now I'm gonna go save, and we're gonna call it for stream tonight. Because we won a lot of fights, and we did really good, so we're gonna save. We did fantastic. So, alright, game is saved. Very cool. Alrighty. Well, today was fantastic, so thank you all for coming by. And thank you to everyone who came by and couldn't stay to the end. So, Sunday, we're playing Sonic Robo Blast 2, which I have not played before. I'm gonna have to get that set up. I'll have to test around with that. It looks really cool, so I'm very curious what that's gonna be like. And that'll be the next stream we do. Hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. And, yeah. Good stuff today. Fantastic stuff today. Now then, I should pass the raid forward, because Shelby gave us a raid. I'm gonna get on that. Let's see, where do we want to go though? Oh, Alita streaming. We'll go hang out with Alita. Alita's very cool. I like hanging out at Alita's. Alrighty. We're gonna raid out. But now, whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now and thank you so much. I will see you soon. And of course, when I go to raid out, apparently that stream is ending. I'll have to raid somewhere else. Ah, here we go.